Hello and welcome to this, our 99th live stream, 9099. This is, of course, a reference to the fact that our channel has just hit over 9,000 subscribers. So we are all really jazzed about this. And we want to thank everyone who has subscribed already. And if you haven't already subscribed, please consider hitting that subscribe button and the notification so you don't miss any of our content. We again are just thrilled to be here, and we're going to be taking your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible like we do every night on this channel. So, with that said, the rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. No surprise there. If you don't want to leave a super chat, we do take non-super chat questions. We ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of your question so we know it's directed to me. Only post the question once. And if it has to do with something about the Bible or, say, a foreign word, we do need a little context. So in the case of a Bible verse, tell me what book it's in, what chapter, what verse. And if it's a foreign word, tell me what language you think it's from and what do you think it means. So just to give me a little context to know how to exactly engage the question. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Now, normally we normally do, say, 3 to 5 non-super chats to begin a live stream. Okay? However, we're only going to be doing one tonight. But that's because we had a really great question and a very complicated question. So, this one is very interesting. Now, the question is, let's bring it up. And that's kind of went off the screen. Let me just adjust that a little bit here. You can all see it. All right. Okay. Now, Wolf asks, what books belong to the Old Testament and why? Is there a doctrinal consequence to including or leaving the Apocrypha? This is a great question. And it's a great question because it's very open-ended. It's got there's a lot of issues here. A lot of issues. This is not an easy question. I could probably wax eloquent on this for easily 20 minutes an hour. Because it is just there's so much nuance here and so much history and argument from various traditional perspectives that we kind of have to unpack this slowly. Okay? Now, I understand too that a lot of my viewers, about 40% of my viewers, are from Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox traditions. Okay, and they believe in the canonicity, at least among those denominations that have a notion of canonicity of the Apocrypha. Okay, so I do risk alienating some people with my answer to this question, but I also think it's true that we sort of really understand how the Apocrypha came into certain canons, why that happened, what was the underlying, say, circumstances, and I want to do this respectfully. Okay, I really want to do this respectfully. Now, as some of my viewers already know, between my producer and I, we've covered almost the gambit of the whole Christian faith as far as denominations go. You know, we've been, say, in evangelical circles, we've been in Protestant circles, we've been in Catholic circles, we've been in Orthodox circles. We've covered it all. We've covered it all. Okay? And we respect each and every denomination that we have been a part of. We do think that there's good aspects and bad aspects to every faith tradition. So, when we lay this out, we're not trying to be disrespectful to what anyone holds as scripture. This is my personal opinion, okay? Take it with a proverbial grain of salt. I will justify my opinion. Okay? I will give you evidence for why I believe what I believe. But we're not going to be disrespectful. We're not going to treat this in a cavalier fashion. And I think there's good reasons why I hold the position I do here. Even though I do respect the great magisterial traditions. And here I mean both Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, High Anglican, High Lutheran, etc. Okay? So, I respect them. I have great deference towards them. But, as I said, I think there's an underlying issue here that does need to be discussed and seriously engaged. If we seriously engage this issue, okay, even if we debate this, it's at least then we're engaging it. We're seeing what the challenges are and why certain people might hold to one form of the Hebrew canon versus, say, another form. Okay. Now, let me lay my position right out there. Okay. So I'm not going to hide this. Okay. I accept the Hebrew canon. I do not accept, say, the extended canon of the Old Testament. Okay. And I'm going to, as I say, we're going to unpack this, and I'm going to tell you all my reasons why I hold to the Hebrew canon. Okay. And then we can sort of get into, what we'll do is we will break out, first of all, say the early history of the Hebrew canon, and then sort of unpack how it developed in the history of historical theology. Then we'll go to when did it become accepted in the various faiths. And then finally, the theological implications of it. Okay? And we will, again, do this in a respectful, deferential manner. Okay? We don't want anyone to walk away thinking, okay, he just doesn't respect what I believe. And nothing could be further from the truth. I really, really respect that many people hold to the canonicity of the Apocrypha. Totally get that. I just don't. And I never have. And I've always had a difficulty with this because of, say, my approach to the texts. Okay? So, let's get into my reasons. Okay. My first reason is, even though the early church fathers, these are the apostles of the apostles, knew about the canon, knew about the Apocrypha, it was very rarely quoted, and it seems to have been rejected. Okay? Now, let me explain how they used it, because that is the counterpoint. That's the sort of the opposite argument. We do find sparse referencing of the Apocrypha in some of the early church fathers. No question about this. Like, for example, we find Tobit quoted in Polycarp. Susanna, Sirach, and those two are quoted in Ignatius. And First Clement quotes Judith and Wisdom. Okay? And some have tried to make the argument that because these early church fathers quoted these texts, well, these must be canon. That argument doesn't actually follow. And the reason it doesn't follow is because the early church fathers quoted many sources. And some sources they quoted a lot more than the Apocrypha. For example, Plato was incredibly widely quoted, particularly his Republic and the Timaeus. The Timaeus is the other one, Plato's text that's widely quoted across all church fathers. I mean, really, really quoted. And even the Apostle Paul quotes Seneca a couple times, Epimenides, Aratus, and Menander. Okay, these are all Greek philosophers. Nobody would claim that those Greek philosophers are divinely inspired. Nobody would claim this. So you also then cannot make the reverse, the similar claim, the parallel claim that just because the church fathers quoted some of the Apocrypha, those two must also be inspired. Okay? So, Rorik, you all down with adding Plato's Republic to the New Testament? Well, I'm not quite down with that. just say it. Okay. All right. So, now, with that said, there were other early church fathers that were openly against the Apocrypha. Okay? You, of course, had Origen, and, people are, 50% he's a church father, 50% he isn't. Okay, I get that. Origen had some pretty weird ideas sometimes. Okay, so I get that. But you had some more serious church fathers that also were very much against the Apocrypha being included in the canon. Most notably is Athanasius, Cyril of Jerusalem, and Jerome. And this is the Jerome that sort of put together the Latin translation of the Bible for what would become the Roman Catholic Church. So you had quite a few early church fathers that were very, very much against the Apocrypha. So that sort of encapsulates the milieu of the early church tradition with regards to how it accepted the Apocrypha. Okay. Now, later on in church history, there's going to be a sort of a change in, say, the winds. What you had, and a lot of what sort of undergirds this is going to be the Protestant Reformation. Now, in the Protestant Reformation, there was a lot of pushback back to what had been seen as, say, traditional, but teachings that were not congruent with the standard Latin Vulgate. And at that point, you had the Reformation break out, and people going, hey, it's the Bible and nothing else. What you then get, though, is the swing of the pendulum with the Counter-Reformation, particularly the Council of Trent in 1546. And in 1546, the Roman Catholic Church at the Council of Trent basically takes these various apocryphal books and says, now, this is now canon to support these extra dogmas that are basically rejected by the Protestants. Okay? So at that point, the Apocrypha becomes part and parcel to Roman Catholic tradition. Now, there had been people reading the Apocrypha since the early church fathers. Again, with various degrees of popularity. Like, for example, in the first centuries of the Christian church, the Apocrypha was not popular. Not by a long shot. The New Testament extra-canonical books were much, much more popular than any of the Old Testament Apocrypha. I mean, by far. Like the Shepherd of Hermas, incredibly more popular book than say any of the Old Testament Apocrypha. Okay? However, with the Council of Trent, it became standardized part of Roman Catholicism. Now, what was happening in Eastern Orthodox at the time was that it was going under its own pressures and own changes, particularly under, say, Muslim occupation. And they had their own problems. They couldn't form seminaries. They couldn't teach new priests. They had their own difficulties. And during, say, the internal wars that were happening in Europe between the Protestants and the Catholics, the Roman Catholic Church did not want to see the spread of Protestantism to Eastern Europe, where there was a huge potential for this, given the fact that Eastern Orthodoxy could not train priests in the same way that the Western Church could. So, in the 17th century, the Vatican reached out to the Patriarchy of Constantinople, and they basically said to the Eastern Orthodox, "Hey, you know what? You really shouldn't listen to these Protestants, because that sola scriptura rejects all tradition." Well, that was a caricature. It was a caricature of what sola scriptura actually was. But enough people in Constantinople bought it. So in 1672, you had the Eastern Orthodoxy, particularly the Greek branch of Eastern Orthodoxy, adopt a lot of the beliefs of, say, Roman Catholicism, basically for political means, political ends. This is when it's during that Second Council of Jerusalem that the Eastern Orthodox accepts a transubstantiation and a extra canonical books, the Apocrypha, to their canon in an official capacity. Prior to this, Eastern Orthodoxy did not have a firm view of the canon. It also was at that point too, where, how do I say this? Every church has its ups and downs. Some there are churches that have in their history that they have great councils, and some where they have not so good councils. And in some ways, the Second Council of Jerusalem was kind of the Eastern Orthodox equivalent to the Council of Trent. So I would not call this a high point in either of those sort of traditions' view of bibliology or theology. It was a lot more political than it really should have been. Okay, so that's the historical background. Now, in 1611, with the King James Bible, the original King James Bible is going to translate a lot of that Apocrypha into English. And that's where we find the first translations, major translations of, say, the Apocrypha into English. Okay. Now, that's the history. On the other hand, one of the reasons, even though I tend to myself adhere more strongly to early church tradition than, say, later church tradition, when I read the Apocrypha, I have a very hard time accepting it as scripture. Okay? Very difficult time doing this. And some of it comes down to what is actually said. And it's not all theological. A lot of this is just plain old historical. And I'm just going to take one chapter. I'm just going to read it. And I'm going to point out some issues with this that I think should give us pause to really accept this as, say, inerrant, inspired scripture. And that's going to be Judith chapter 1. Pull it up here. I'm going to read out of the New American Bible here, which is a Roman Catholic translation. Okay. It's up here. And again, we're not making fun of this, but we do need to point out that there are historical problems in some of the Apocrypha. So, Judith chapter 1, verse 1. It was the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, the great city of Nineveh. Oh, No. No, that's not right. Right in the very first sentence, Nebuchadnezzar was king of the Babylonians in the great city of Babylon. Okay? That's an important historical point. Next sentence. At the time, Arphaxad ruled over the Medes in Ecbatana. Okay. In the 12th year of Nebuchadnezzar, Arphaxad was not king. It was Cyaxares. He was king of the Medes in the 12th year of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? Now, they did get the capital city of the Medes correct. It was Ecbatana. But wrong king. Wrong time. In fact, it's probably likely that Arphaxad is a copy out of, say, Genesis, the genealogies of Genesis here. Verse 2. Around the city, he built a wall of blocks of stones, each 3 cubits in height, 6 in length. He made the wall 70 cubits and 50 feet. All right, and I'm actually going to scroll down here because... Okay. At the gates, he raised towers of 100 cubits. That's 150 feet. Wow, that's one heck of a tall wall. I don't think any city of the ancient world had a tower of 150 feet. That's just unbelievably tall. I mean, even surpassing the tallest buildings we find in Egypt. With a thickness of 60 cubits at the base. Okay, so 90 feet thick. The gateway he built to a height of 70 cubits, with an opening of 40 cubits wide for the passage of his chariot forces and the marshalling of his infantry. Then King Nebuchadnezzar waged war against King Arphaxad on the vast plain in the region of Ragay. Now, we have the Chronicles of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. Those are recorded and well documented. Nebuchadnezzar did not go to war against the Medes in the 12th year. Didn't happen. There's no evidence of this at all. In fact, we'll approach this in a moment, actually. To him, there rallied all the inhabitants of the mountain of the region who dwelt along the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Hydaspes, and King Arioch of the Elamites. Another historical error here. Arioch is the king of the Elamites mentioned in Genesis 14. At this particular time, the king of the Elamites was Halutash Inshushanak II. Okay? So again, wrong king in the plain. Thus, many nations came together to risk the people of Gelaud. Now, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, gets it wrong again, sent messengers to all the inhabitants of Persia and to all those who dwell in the west, to the inhabitants of Sicilia and Damascus, Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon, and all who dwell on the sea coast, to the peoples of Carmel, Gilead, Upper Galilee, and the vast plain of Esdraelon. And then this verse 9 things get funky. Things get funky. They get funky. To all those in Samaria and its cities, and the west of Jordan as far as Jerusalem, Bethany, Kilus, Kadesh, and the river of Egypt. Now, the river of Egypt is the Wadi Arish. And Tahpanhes, that's Upper Egypt. Ramses. Ooh, this one's bad. And all the land of Goshen. So he sends letters to all these places. But the problem with Ramses is Ramses was abandoned in the 10th century. The 11th century is when it was abandoned. There's no one home. So you got a messenger going down there going, hey, got a letter for you. Anyone home? Letter? Mail for you? Mail for you? Don't see anyone around. Ooh. Yeah, you're not going to send a letter to Ramses at this period of time, not during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. The city had been abandoned already for 500 years. Continuing. All the land of Goshen. Okay. Tanis, Memphis, and beyond, and all the habits of Egypt as far as the borders of Ethiopia. So there's definitely anachronisms in this text. And we're not talking here about retrojections. These are legitimate anachronisms. Verse 11. But all the inhabitants of the land disregarded the summons of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, there we go again, and would not go with him to war, like he really needed it. They were not afraid of him, but regarded him as a lone individual opposed to them, and turned his envoys empty-handed in disgrace. Then Nebuchadnezzar fell into a violent rage against all the land, and swore by his throne and his kingdom that he would avenge himself on all the territories of Sicilia, Damascus, and Syria, and also destroy with his sword all the inhabitants of Moab, Ammon, the whole of Judea, and those living anywhere in Egypt as far as the border of the two seas. I'm not really sure what they mean here by the two seas. In the 17th year, okay, he proceeded with his army against King Arphaxad and was victorious in his campaign. He routed the whole force of Arphaxad, his entire cavalry, and his chariots. He took possession of his cities, pressed on to Ecbatana, took its towers, sacked its marketplaces, and turned its glory to shame. Arphaxad himself he overtook in the mountains of Rageh, ran him through with spears, and utterly destroyed him. Then he returned home with all his numerous and motley horde, and there he and his army relaxed and feasted for 120 days. Now, the problem with this is the king that was alive, which is again Cyaxares, king of Media, the Medes. He was still alive 5 years after this 17th year. That's a historical problem. And he's never conquered by Nebuchadnezzar. This never happened. He died of natural causes, and his son takes over. So this is a real. This is just. We're just through chapter 1 here, and this is really full of historical problems. Okay, now this is just the history. Okay, now this is not saying that every book of the Apocrypha is like this. There are some that are more historically coherent than others. But this is sort of a sample of what you get in the Apocrypha. Like, for example, I think Maccabees is probably more historical than Judith. And probably certainly more historical than Tobit. But it does sort of show you what's going on here in some of these apocryphal sort of works. Is there's not the same regard to history as you do find in, say, the canon of Scripture itself. Okay. But that's just sort of the tip of the iceberg here. There are theological problems too in some of the Apocrypha. And I'm just going to give you a sample of these. Because I think this is just sort of what drives the point home for me. Okay? Like, for example, you get in 2 Maccabees 12:45-46, where it states that atonement can be made for the dead through prayer, and particularly the giving of alms. Okay? I think that is really it's sort of was used by, say, the magisterial churches to say, well, faith and grace doesn't only save you, but works do too. Here's the proof. If you give alms, you can make an atonement for the dead. Well, the atonement for sins is the blood of Jesus Christ. Human actions don't make atonement, because we're not in that sort of position to be able to do that. Salvation is by grace through faith. That's the blood of Jesus is the entire covering for sin. In Tobit 12:18-19 does very something very similar here. Where it's basically uses a work to make an atonement. Let me just pull that one up. Tobit 12. Twelve, 18-19. Is it 12, 18-19? Is it 8-9? Thought it was that. It's 8-9. Okay. Prayer and fasting are good, but better than either is almsgiving accompanied with righteousness. A little with righteousness is better than abundance with wickedness. Okay. It is better to give alms than to store up gold, for almsgiving saves one from death and expiates every sin. Really? Almsgiving expiates sin? Saves one from death? That's works salvation. That's works righteousness. That's a contradiction of Ephesians chapter 2. So that's a problem. I have a theological problem with this. In Tobit 6, you have an appeal to magical practice, where Tobiah, the son of Tobit, basically guts a fish, saves some of the entrails, and uses it for magical practice to drive demons away. Let's go to Tobit 6. Tobit 6. Then the angel told him, cut the fish open, take out its gall, heart, and liver, and keep them with you, but throw away the entrails, its gall, heart, and liver, and make useful medicines. After the lad had cut the fish open, he pulled aside out of the gall, heart, and liver, and he broiled and ate part of the fish. The rest he salted and kept for the journey. Okay. Afterwards, they traveled together till they were near Medea. The boy asked the angel this question, Brother Azariah, what medicinal value is there in the fish's heart, liver, and gall? Verse 8. He answered, as for regards the fish's heart and liver, if you burn them so that the smoke surrounds a man or a woman who is afflicted by a demon or evil spirit, the affliction will leave him completely, and no demons will ever return to him again. What? Okay. I thought it was the name of Jesus that drives out, maybe prayer. There's a biblical case that prayer might be needed to drive out a demon, and definitely casting it out in the name of Jesus Christ. Never did I see that burning of the fish's liver and gallbladder were effective against demons. So this is magic. This is a magical practice. So there's issues here. And then you got in Tobit 3:8, where, say, the demon Asmodeus has the power to kill people. The power of life and death, according to the book of Job, belongs in the hands of God, not Asmodeus. So, then you got, say, Ecclesiasticus 12:6, where it says, if somebody is evil, don't give them anything. Well, this does not violate the biblical principle of love your enemy? So I think the Apocrypha has some serious problems if you elevate it to the level of Scripture itself. Now, with that all said, the Apocrypha is very, very interesting Second Temple period literature. It has literary value. It has literary value. It has some historical value. Again, we have to be very, very circumspect about its historicity. Okay, because as we've seen in Judith, not so good sometimes. But there are some historical points within the Apocrypha that are valid and we can take. Like, for example, the Maccabean Wars. You know, that's one of our primary sources for the Maccabean Wars. Okay, so there are some serious issues here with the Apocrypha. Serious issues. And this is why I hold, and all this, take all this together. The historical reasons of, say, the early church tradition, the politics getting involved with the later traditions, the sort of crazy history of, say, some of the Apocrypha, and the theological implications of some of this. This is why I hold to the Hebrew canon. Okay? And so I side with, say, the earlier church fathers on this one. And I have no problems with that decision, because I think it's the safe approach. There's more than enough in, say, the books of the Bible that we do all agree on to satisfy every sort of matter of faith and practice. So with that said, I hope that answers your question. Again, this was a very long question. It took nearly 40 minutes, and I wanted to do this one justice. It's an important question, and I wanted to give it all the respect possible because it is a very, very important question. So I hope that gives you something to think about. Thank you very much for that question. Very, very much appreciated. And now we're going to get into the super chats. Okay. Our first super chat here is from Rorik for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the fact that Second Temple Judaism adultery was a sin only women could commit explain the lack of a male adulterer in John 7:53? Yes, it does. Now, we're going to have to take that a little circumspect in a moment, but we'll get there. What is your opinion on the authenticity of this verse? And that's what we need to get to. Now we're going to pull up the Bible. I'm going to put down my NAB and take up my NASB. And we're going to go here to John 7. Bible again. And it's verse 53. And the NASB doesn't have it. Maybe ESV will have it. I know we'll have it, but does the NAV have it? I know the King James will have it. John, is it 7:53? I don't see in this is the adultery. Oh, it's 8. It's 8. 60:53 to 8. That's why I'm not seeing it. All right. Okay. And verse 8, chapter 8, verse 1. But Jesus and it's a continuation of 53, and everyone went to his home. But Jesus went to the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning, and again into the temple, and all the people coming to him, and he sat and began to teach. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought a woman caught in adultery, having set her in the midst. And they said, Teacher, this woman has been caught in adultery, the very act. Now the law of Moses commanded us to stone such a woman. What do you say? Okay. Now, most early manuscripts do not contain this pericope. This is why most Bible scholars today think this is an addition. Okay, a later addition. Okay? But that doesn't mean it's necessarily recent. It does fit into the period of Second Temple Judaism and the beliefs of Second Temple Judaism. So this could have been something, and I say, an additional story about Jesus that was passed down and then incorporated in this point in the book of John. Okay, so on the one hand, it's not original to the book of John. On the other hand, it is very, very congruent with the culture at the time. So the notions of adultery being a sin only women could do in Second Temple period Judaism would explain this passage. It definitely would explain it. But at the same time, too, this is not original to the biblical text in all likelihood. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, our next super chat here is from Asin Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did you watch Jeff Durbin and James White's recent exchange with Brandon Robertson? If so, what are your thoughts? Is this the debate between those two atheists? If so, I did watch it. I did see that. I'm not fond of debates. Okay, I did watch that debate. I don't like debates. I particularly don't like 2-on-2 debates. Okay. I hate tag team debates. I absolutely hate tag team debates. And in this debate I watched, and I might have the wrong debate here, so correct me if it's the wrong debate, but this is the one I found and watched. There basically the subject was, can you prove the existence of the Trinity, of the triune God? And what I hated about the debate that I saw was that, okay, you had the atheists on the one hand, they had caricatures of what the Bible said and what theology taught and straw men. Okay. On the other hand, you also had White and Durbin not actually proving their case. I think that was no, it was the debate with the progressive pastor. I have not seen that debate. The only Durbin White debate I've seen is the one against the atheists. That's the only one I've seen. So I have not seen the other one with the progressive pastor. So if that's the debate here, then I haven't seen it. Okay. But if the one I saw is in any way characteristic of that debate, there could be some issues. Okay. Again, what the debate, the only debate with Durbin and White that I have seen is, as I said, the one with the atheists, and they didn't stick to the issue. So, there was they wandered off the question. Now, I don't know if they happened to do that with the Robertson debate, but I didn't see the Robertson debate. So, I can only answer here of what I've seen of their work. And again, not a big fan of tag team debates. And this is the reason I'm not a fan of tag team debates, is because tag team debates tend to go off topic really easily. You never get to the core issues with tag team debates. There's just not enough one-on-one interaction to really explore it. It's like, oh, what about this? It becomes a what about this session. So you have one guy going, oh, what about this? And then you have another guy go, what about this? And another guy going, what about this? And you have 4 people going, what about this all the time? 1000 Cleverboy says, White normally takes a presuppositional approach with some sign find circular. Well, that's because it is circular. I like presuppositional apologetics. I really, really dislike. I am an evidentialist. I'm a maximal facts evidentialist. Okay? That's sort of the opposite to presuppositionalism right there. Okay? And I make no apology for that. I mean, I'm a maximal facts evidentialist. I want evidence, and I want a lot of it. So, for me, I just can't stand presuppositional apologetics. And I find presuppositional apologetics, if you know the argument well enough, it's an incredibly easy apologetic to completely derail. It is not hard to derail at all. All you have to do is contest the first presupposition, and it falls apart. It's not a good approach. Now, so with that said, I'm going to have to probably draw this to a closer, because again, I had not seen the one with Robertson. I saw the one with this Ellis and what's his name now? I can't remember the other guy's name. But that was Dan Ellison and the other guy. I can't remember who the other guy was. But then again, that's the debate of White and Durbin I've seen. So apparently they've tag teamed more than once, but I have not seen this particular debate. But I just don't like presuppositional apologetics. Even when I read Van Til, it was just like, oh, man, if you got this at the very beginning, you stop this with the very first presupposition, it's done. Oh yeah, Van Til starts his book with a presupposition. Oh yeah, actually I do have it here. Oh, there's Van Til for you. Yep. Yeah, Billy Dingan says they presuppose God to prove God. Well, they presuppose God to say you have to, without the presupposing God, you can't know anything. Well, if you contest that statement, then they're completely on the defensive at that point. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, our next super chat here is also from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. You've said that all views on origins have problems. Yes, I have. However, what about theistic evolution? Oh yeah, it's got problems too. Such as what is defended by John Walton and Andrew Loka. Okay. Theistic evolution kind of has the problems of both worlds. Okay. It has a problem with a compatibilist view of Genesis 1, and also some of the presuppositional problems, some of the foundational problems of evolution as well. Okay. Now, what's the problem? The main problem with theistic evolution is it kind of combines the worst of both worlds. And there's another way of describing a way that theistic evolution is sometimes described is as the day-age theory. That every day in Genesis 1 describes a period of evolution. Well, shoehorning evolution into the 6 days of creation doesn't really work when you start looking at the fine details of this. You know, the whole idea of let there be light. Fine, okay, day 1. Okay. And the separation of the waters, day 2. Then you start getting into the plants on the land. Well, okay, you got a huge amount of sea life according to the theory of evolution that has to, 300 million years of aquatic life before the first vascular plants ever come on land. So that's an issue. That's a real issue if you're going to try to shoehorn evolution into 6 days of creation. It also misreads Genesis 1:2, which is that Genesis 1 is not talking about how evolution transpired. That's taking a modern scientific reading and superimposing it on the text. What the text is really talking about is, say, the organization of sacred space, as God sort of manifests basically a holy place on planet Earth. So it really does the text. It tears the original Genesis 1 out of its context too, and frankly, in very much the same way as young Earth creationists do. Okay, so you have a lot of problems here with theistic evolution in the same way as you do with other compatibilist theories. The problem here is that, again, you are taking a scientific theory and you're shoehorning it into an ancient Near Eastern religious document. You're not paying any mind to genre. You're not paying any mind to the context of the ancient world. You're just taking the progression of Darwinian evolution and ramming it into a context that doesn't belong, and that no writer of the late Bronze Age would have even conceived of. So that's my problem with it. Now, if you believe a theistic evolution, that's fine. Okay, I don't have a big problem with people believing it, but it just, I have a problem with twisting Genesis 1 to make it fit evolution when it was not even a consideration. They're parallel views with different purposes in mind. So if that's what Walton is defending, I would find that. I know Pocklinghorn really defended this view. That was one of my. That's how I cut my teeth on with theistic evolution was Pocklinghorn, and but that's what he used to do. Is he used to cram that theory of evolution into the 6 days of creation, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Not when you start looking at the fine minutia of evolutionary theory and say the context of Genesis 1 itself. Okay, so anyway, that's my opinion on this. I don't know exactly what Loka and Walton say about theistic evolution, but that's the issues I've always had with it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat here is from Asin Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does, according to their kinds in Genesis 1:4-25, rule out theistic evolution? Not per se. Basically, the idea of this in Genesis 1:24-25. Let's pull that up. Genesis 1:24. Then God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures after their kind, cattle and creeping things, and the beasts of the earth after their kind." And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth after their kind, and the cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps on the ground after its kind. And God saw that it was good. All right. Now, after its kind here, basically says that baby bunnies look like mommy and daddy bunnies. Okay. It's not producing something odd. It's not producing monsters. Okay. So I'll tell you what, this would probably go against, say, the Lamarckian hopeful monster theory. Okay. So it would go against that sort of view of evolution. Of say that, an egg hatched and out kind of came a dragon or a dinosaur, when it was laid by a chicken. Now, I know we all want chicken eggs to produce little dragons. Gotcha. Well, totally with you on that one. That would be cool. 18. That would be so cool. Have our little Jurassic Park here. That would be, chicken eggs start producing T-Rexes. Okay, I'm totally in on that. Okay, but it really is a statement of similarity of children, offspring to parents. But it is also not a statement of sameness. Because even if you had, say, an idea of a global flood with Noah's Ark, the idea there would be that each kind would go aboard the ark, and then they would come off the ark and then produce various other kinds through divergent breeding of each particular kind. So there's no expectation here that the kinds will remain static. only similar. So there's an order to the division of kinds, but at the same time, too, it's not completely random. So that's really what this is driving at here. So this does not rule out theistic evolution. It does rule out, say, as I said, that random hopeful monster theory, which, would have been something that would have been quite common actually in the ancient Near East, where, a god, lays an egg and produces a different kind of god altogether. People did believe stuff like this back then. So there is that point of view going on here in the text of Genesis 1, that there's going to be similarity between offspring and parents, but not sameness. So again, does not rule out theistic evolution, but it does rule out some other evolutionary theories. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Our next super chat here is from Asking Weir from 199. What is the genre of the Book of Jonah? Ooh, that's a tough question because it actually has multiple genres. Okay, so you have multiple genres in the Book of Jonah. You do have some narrative. You do have some historical documentation. You also have poetry. Okay? Jonah chapter 2 is poetry. Okay? So it's arranged in couplets. It's classic ancient Near Eastern poetry. So you actually have in Jonah multiple genres. You have a little bit of prophetic literature. Okay. So you've got multiple genres in Jonah. And this is actually a good, say question to ask when approaching any book. Is you just can't take one book and say, oh, there's only one genre to this book. You have to take each passage on a case-by-case basis. And this is really important when you read any text, is you can read a text and it'll switch genres on you. Has no problem with that. We look at, say, our Bible today and we see that it's divided by chapters, by verses. But ancient writing wasn't like that. People wrote in one continuous train of thought. And they could switch genres without giving you much notice. There wasn't a convenient chapter break there for you to say, oh, well, this is a new chapter, so we must reconsider what we're reading here. No, you just get at the end of a narrative section and they would pop some poetry in. Okay, so you always have to be constantly aware as you are reading the Bible. Each section has its own genre, potentially. They'll use multiple genres, or they will switch between genres, but you can't just say a book is one genre. Yeah, okay. In the case of Psalms, yeah, it's all poetry. In the case of Proverbs, yeah, it's all wisdom literature. It's all poetry too. Okay, but there's a lot of them where you have a mix of poetics and prose. And that's really important when we engage most books of the Bible or any other kind of literature, is knowing that, say, genre can change on the fly. And it certainly does in the Book of Jonah. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Brick Creation for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are you doing anything really special for live stream number 100? Ooh. Okay. We will be taking suggestions. We'll put a community post after this live stream, and we're going to be taking some suggestions. We have been thinking of ideas for 100. Now, it was super exciting tonight to hit 9,000 subscribers, so we're really pleased with how the channel is coming along. We are thinking about we are deeply considering something special for Livestream 100. So we will put... Historical Strategy Gaming says 12-hour stream. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh, wants to see the shades back on. Okay, well, we will consider that.
We already have Bonbon's suggestion that it's Bonbon show.
Yeah, Bonbon thinks it's all Bonbon questions all the time, all stream. You know, we've had people ask for Mr. Empty Conjecture to make an appearance. Do a face reveal for Livestream 100, says Innovati. I'm sorry. This face is ugly enough. You know, you don't want to see a face reveal.
All Bonbon questions funded by
BC, all fun questions funded by Addison.
Addison could rightly expect at that point that it'd be Addison show.
Yes, I would think so. Okay. So, so yes, we are going to be doing something special for Livestream 100. We've also considered like doing some behind the scenes stuff for that too. So, Dr. Falk plays music with his guitar. Well, you can dream on that one. Okay, so anyway, yes, the answer is yes. We are planning something. We're just haven't made major decisions yet on it. So anyway, we will be putting up something for a suggestion to give us suggestions for it, and we would really appreciate if you have something that you would like to see to hear about it. So thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, we can take special questions.
Okay. Well, we always do that early anyway.
But if they want a special question.
Yeah, we'll just do that with the regular then.
And even Halen versus David. Yeah.
Yeah, that would not be much of a guitar battle. I would not come out on top on versus Eddie Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen beats everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, our next super chat is from Addison Weir for $4.99. He says, Heiser argued that there was no rebellion. Just a minute here. That one was really funny. See, is that going to come up? Of course, it's not going to come up. I'll start here. Guitar battle: Eddie Van Halen versus David Falk. Yeah, that's not a contest. That would be me getting beat pretty bad at guitar. Where's that next one coming? Yeah, no, it hasn't popped up yet. Okay, there we go. Billy Ningen, let's summon Eddie. I'll go to confession later. Okay. I don't think I want to do that one. Thank you. The ghost of Eddie. All right. That was fun. Alrighty, the next super chat. Let's get to the next one here. It's from Asware for $4.99. Thank you very much. Heiser argued there was no rebellion of angels before the fall. Do you agree or disagree? Well, Heiser believed that there were three great rebellions. Okay? You had the fall of man first, which is the first rebellion. Fall of the angels quickly followed. And then you had the Tower of Babel, the rebellion at the Tower of Babel. Do I personally? I think I don't have any strong disagreement with Heiser here on this one. I pretty much agree with this, but I also think too that there was the seeds of this had preceded the fall. Okay, so I do. Uh, so anyway, I do here agree with Heiser. Okay, so again, I have no strong disagreement here on this. I do have disagreements with some of his interpretation of those rebellions. I do agree with him that there were 3 rebellions. So there are some things I fundamentally agree with Heiser on this. So again, I do agree that the fall of man was probably first, then the angels, and then say the Tower of Babel. So those are the 3 great rebellions, and those are what I would hold generally. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next one here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. You should read Andrew Loca's book, The Origin of Humanity and Evolution. You'll especially like Chapter 3, where he defends Walton's view of Genesis 1. Now, overall, I will admit, I do agree with Walton's view on a lot of things. Actually, for most things, I tend to agree more with Walton than, say, I do Heiser. Okay? But I'm not a theistic evolutionist. Okay, and I don't hold to evolution per se. But then again, I also don't hold to creationism either. I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to matters of origins. I stay out of the scientific arena on this one entirely. So, I just find, I did, much of my education, my university education was in the sciences. So I do have a good foundation to understand evolution and the sciences, what they say on this matter. But I also was in it at a time when evolutionary theory was going through a lot of changes in the late 80s. So seeing all those rapidly, seeing the theories rapidly changing as much as I did, put a lot of doubts in my brain as to how stable is this as a theory, and do I want to start compatibilizing a theory that could change on the fly with, say, an ancient text that hasn't changed in thousands of years. So, because of that, I tend to be agnostic towards these issues of say, as I say, trying to compatibilize the Bible with scientific theory. So, this is why I've come to a much more agnostic view of human origins. It's because I've seen it change, and I've seen it change a lot. And I've seen it change in the last 10 years, and that's a drop in the bucket. When you start looking at, say, the origins of human beings, and they used to talk when I was in college doing my undergrad. They used to call it about the human family tree. Nowadays, they don't call it a tree; they call it a bush. Okay? They call it a bush because human fossils have so many side shoots that they can't organize it into a tree anymore. So knowing that, it's like I'm not gonna get into this game. This is a game I'm gonna sit out until the situation becomes a lot more clear. It might not even be in my lifetime, and I'm totally cool with that. There's nothing in the Bible that forces me to take a compatibilist position on this. So if I'm not forced to take a compatibilist position on this, I'm going to defer it. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. I will look into his book and see if I can get my hands on it and read it, because it always sounds interesting. Thank you very much for the comment. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next, we have a super chat here from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Why were David's sons allowed to be priests? 2 Samuel 8:18. Ooh, interesting question. Let's go to the text. Okay, this one here is in 2 Samuel. Samuel 8:18. All right. We're going to back it up a little bit to verse 15 because that's going to give us some needed context here. Okay. So let's read 2 Samuel 8, 15 to 18. That will give us an idea of what's going on here. So David reigned over all Israel, and David administered justice and righteousness for all his people. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was over the army, and Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was the recorder. And Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. And Sariah was secretary. And Benaniah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and the Pelethites. And David's sons were chief ministers. Now, the word for minister here was chief ministers is Kohen, priests. And this is where the questioner is getting the idea that they were allowed to be priests. Now, what the context of this passage is showing is David's government. This is his basically his what we would call maybe in a British system, the Privy Council. These were the administrators that were in charge. Okay? And on that last verse, verse 18, Benaniah was son of Jehoiada, who was over the Kerethites. These are the bodyguards of the king. And the Pelethites, which are a class of soldiers. And David's sons were chief, basically, Kohen. Okay, so priests. But what they're not here is priests of the Lord. This falls in what they call the lexical scope of priest. Okay, they're not priests into the degree that they are priests in the temple. Important distinction. They are priests within David's government. This is not a religious title. This is an administrative title. We use the same thing itself, okay, in our governments. Like, for example, if in a parliamentary system, Canada has a parliament. We don't have a Congress, we have a parliament. And it's based upon the British system, okay? The head of parliament is the prime minister. Well, minister is a religious title. Okay? Think of it as a minister of God or a ministry. Okay? A minister is someone who presides over a ministry. This is the same sort of word use that's happening right here in 2 Samuel 8:18. So David's sons here are ministers, as in the government officials. Okay, so that's what's going on here, and we, as I said, the parliamentary does this all the time. Parliamentary governments do this all the time. The head of government departments are called ministers. The minister of finance, minister of social services, minister of industry and development. But in say Hebrew, they don't call them ministers; they call them priests, Kohen. So this is part of the lexical range of the word for Kohen, which is it can mean not just say a priest in a temple, but also a minister over a government. So, and that's what's happening here. These are not priests of the Lord. These are ministers of the crown. So anyway, I hope that that this explains what's going on in this passage. Thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. Really an interesting question. But you can see here what's going on here. That this is a secular government, and with using a religious title in a secular context. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated and fascinating question. Recreation for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are you going to continue Q&A live streams after 100, or are you thinking of doing something else for live streams every Friday? Well,
The whole point of Friday was you didn't ask so many questions.
yeah. Well, here's the original point of Fridays, okay? The original point of the Friday night Q&A live streams was I used to get so many random questions on the Monday releases and the shorts and all that I couldn't do them. I was running out of time. I was doing nothing but answering questions. So Friday nights was basically saying, okay, bring your oddball questions over to this 1 hour slot of time, and we will do our best to answer them live so that everyone gets to benefit from the answers. Well, okay. Our first live stream was an hour and a half. Okay. We never had a 1 hour live stream ever.
Even as small as we were.
Even when we were, just as small a channel as our first live streams were. In our first live streams, we were a little over 1,000 subs already. But, we were thinking, okay, we would do these live streams for about 6 weeks. That was the plan. We're going to do this as long as people kept asking questions. As soon as the questions run out, okay, we'll do something else. Yeah, that never happened. People wanted to ask more and more questions, and it just sort of took on a life of its own. We 1.5 hours. That never did 1 hour. 1.5 hours became 2 hours, which became 3 hours, and then 4 hours. And I think the longest we ever went was 5. And yeah, that was crazy. That was really, really crazy. Yes, and as my producer it reminds me, I do have a day job. So it's not one of those things where I can keep going all night.
We would love this to be full time, but we're not.
I love to do this full time, but we're just not there. Okay. Yes, brick creation. The longest was 5 hours, and oh no historical gaming strategy gaming. 6 hours is not coming soon. We are not doing 6 hours. Bane Ray, the Lord will sustain you. Oh no. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
I was thinking, do not tempt the Lord your God.
Yeah, the Lord will. I don't know if the Lord will sustain me, or this falls into the "do not tempt the Lord your God" category. They've been such a blessing. Well, I'm grateful they've been a blessing. Yeah. So again, what we had thought when we started this wasn't going to last more than 6 weeks. People would run out of questions, and that just never happened. People never ran out of questions, and always had more things and interesting stuff to say, and more interesting questions to ask. I mean,
and that's part of it. This is a community.
Yeah. The other aspect of this is, as my producer just pointed out, is that this is a community. Okay. We are building a community doing this live stream. We are building a community of basically people who are fascinating about learning about ancient Egypt and the Bible. And so that maintaining that community is really, really important to us. And we continue this on a social end too. So these people aren't just here to learn. These people are here to socialize. Yes, absolutely. People are asking their question. They're getting intellectually fed, food for thought, looking at the Bible in new ways, and that's really exciting. But basically, people are also building friendships over this too, particularly on our Discord server. We have a Discord server that's really just used for the social end of this. So, people are coming to know each other, cooperating with each other, helping each other out. And we find the building of the community here to be really, really exciting as well. So
We have fun on Friday.
we have fun on Fridays. We really enjoy this. I mean, for us, this is a party, and we really, really enjoy basically interacting with you. So love doing this. It's just fantastic, and I'd love to continue doing this. I think it's fantastic. So we don't have any plans to. I mean, essentially, when the questions stop, then we'll do something else. Until the questions stop, there's still a need. As long as there's a need, we'll continue to do it. At the point where there's no more need, then we'll stop. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Go back to the top here. Okay, the next super chat here is from Billy Ningen for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Trade route between the old Mari, Old Babylonian, extended as far west as the Levant, Katna, as far east as Eshnuna, and crossed the Syrian desert. Could Abraham have traveled from Ur to Canaan on this route? Absolutely, he could have. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason he couldn't have. That route does extend across northern Mesopotamia. So easily he could have crossed that. I see no reason that he couldn't have done that. So, yeah, absolutely. I don't see any reason to think he couldn't have done that. Because again, that route goes all over the place as far as over the Fertile Crescent. So, and it actually forks off in several places as well. So that's an important thing to keep in mind with that route. This is not just a single route. It actually forks in various places. So, they would have known about this. They would have known about all these routes and taken the one that was most appropriate for them. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And interesting question. Okay, Billy Ningham for $5. Dr. Falk, could you give a quick Steelman case against the late Exodus? God bless. Well, okay. It's hard for me to do a Steelman against it. But if I were to attack it, okay, if I were to attack the late Exodus, I would not so much go after the lateness, but after the Exodus itself. And the Steelman this. That's going to be the problem here. Because to Steelman it, you'd have to take most of the attacks against the Exodus are usually done by caricature. To Steelman this, you'd have to take out the caricature aspect. So what you couldn't do is, for example, say, oh, the plagues were so monumental that it would have wiped out everyone. No. That's not Steelmanning it. That's caricaturizing it. What you really want to do if you want to Steelman this is present the argument in the best light possible, which means you have the best understanding of the text as possible, and then go on the attack. So, to do that in this particular case, what you would then say is you'd represent the biblical text as it purports itself to be, and then say, okay, you've got a community living at Ramses, fair enough. But show me that this is an actual exodus from Avaris to basically Canaan, and then and then prove to me this is not just the movement of the river and they just relocated elsewhere within Egypt. That would probably be the best way to steelman an attack against, say, a late Exodus. Okay? That would be your best approach to do this. Now, I think there's rejoinders to that, there's rebuttals to that, but if I was to do it, that's how I would do it. That's how I would steal, that basically that idea that there was no Exodus. Because if you go that there's no Exodus after you attack, say, an Exodus conceivably from Avaris, then it doesn't matter if it's late or early. You've ruled out both at that point. So I think that is probably, if you were to steelman a case against it, that'd be your best approach. And not many critics do that, to be honest. Because most are debating from caricature. But that would be your best steelman. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But I don't think it's a strong steelman. That's the problem with constructing a steelman here. I don't think it's a terribly compelling case. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Did you get to Edison did a super chat on Anubis? Offering.
Wait a minute. I might have skipped one here. Let me just look for it. Oh, I did drop one. Okay, we did drop one here. We'll get back to that in a moment here.
Edison says I think it was.
Let's see here. Okay, I did skip this one. Thoughts on C. John Collins' work on Genesis. Okay, that one I know I skipped. Was there another one?
Yeah. Edison sponsored M's question. It's just a key question. Thoughts on sin offering in the Millennium for the last chapters? Roughly.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, that's dropped off of mine too. That was not on from this morning.
No, he added it on the beginning. It was like right at the top.
Oh, I see another one I dropped. Asking for a coworker. Okay, yeah, I did skip that one by mistake. Okay, I will get back to it. Okay, we'll answer this one. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you for this 199 super chat. Thought on C. John Collins' work on Genesis. Have not read it. I think I own it, but I haven't read it yet. C. John Collins is he's a scholar along the liberal bent of things. I know he tends to follow, say, more as I say, the sort of the liberal strain of theology. He's best known for his work on actually apocalyptic literature. But I know he's also done work on Genesis and other biblical topics as well. I've read his book on apocalyptic, his work on apocalyptic literature, and it's probably the definitive work on apocalyptic. But I have not read his work on Genesis, so I really can't comment on it. I think I do have his book on this, but I have to basically find it and read it. Yeah, I got a stack of books that I have to read, but and then they keep falling over here beside my desk. But finding time to do that all is just it's a task by itself. But so no, I haven't read his book on Genesis. I've heard him talk a little bit on it, and I'm aware that he's done it. But again, I haven't read it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I'm sorry we skipped it. Okay. The next one is this one here. Okay. Aston Weir for 999. Thank you for the super chat. asking for a coworker, are there pictures of aliens in hieroglyphics? Oh no. Did I skip 3? There's a third one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But answer that.
Okay, we'll answer this one first, and then we'll find M's question here. Are there pictures of aliens in hieroglyphics? No, there isn't. Also, how could pyramids have been built if it wasn't aliens? Let's speak for him, since he'll likely be watching this. Okay, well, if he does watch this, hello. I hope you enjoy this. But yeah, we have a pretty good idea at this point how a lot of pyramidal structures were built. Okay? It definitely wasn't aliens. You don't need any alien technology to build pyramids. We have to understand that pyramids were built out of a tradition of pyramid building that went back 300 years before the Great Pyramid. Basically, the first pyramids, tombs of the kings, were essentially mastabas, which are basically flat stone platforms. Okay, and the tomb was underneath the platform. Okay, and basically all a pyramid is a mastaba with a smaller mastaba stacked on top, with a smaller mastaba stacked on top of that, and a smaller mastaba stacked on top of that. That's how you make a pyramid, essentially. And this was a 300-year tradition before the big pyramids on the Giza Plateau were ever made. Now, how did they move these things if they're not pyramids, or not aliens? Is they use the power of hydrologic engineering and basically a system of pulleys and ramps, essentially. Now, transporting stones to the side of the pyramid, what they did was they built canals and ports that led almost right up to the pyramid itself. Those boats can carry massive amounts of stone. We actually have some ostraca from Egypt that show these boats able to carry 4 obelisks. Now, obelisks weigh hundreds of tons. They're bigger than any stones that are used in the pyramid. So when you've got that much power of displacement caused by a boat, you could actually move a lot of stone into place just by floating it up to the pyramid. Once you get it up to the pyramid, and this is the work of, say, Roland M. Marsh. Roland M. Marsh discovered that using a system of pulleys and ramps, that you could easily move stones up the various levels of a pyramid to get it into place. And he found this working at the quarry sites, where they had built ramps and had poles and sockets for poles and the rope that you could easily do this. So that said, there's no necessity for aliens. We also have the papyrus of some of the pyramid builders, like the Red Sea papyri, which are basically a set of documents that were done by people who were building the Pyramid of Khufu. So they were there with the boats, loading them, moving the stones on, and all that stuff. So we now have evidence of the actual workers themselves that were moving those stones into place, floating them in. We also have done excavations of the workmen's village Giza as well, which showed basically where the workers lived, and they, aliens don't need to eat fish, knucklebone soup, they don't need medical supplies, but workers of a pyramid do. And looking at these workers' villages, we can see that they had, say, the best of care that was available at the time. So these were really pampered craftsmen who did their work well and were rewarded for it. So that's essentially how pyramids were built. And they weren't the stones, it's interesting because we have a couple of unfinished pyramids that we can do a comparison with. There's a couple of Queen's pyramids that were never finished. So seeing how these pyramids looked in an unfinished state tells us a lot about how they built the pyramids. Like, for example, one of the Queen's pyramids is just the base and the chamber down in the tomb. We discovered by this that they carved out the burial chamber first. That was the first thing they made, was the burial chamber. And then they moved rough stone into place around the edges. And then they filled in the level. And then they smoothed it all out. So these were not tightly fit when they first moved them in. They're moving them in and fitting them as they go. And then smoothing them off later on. Very interesting. Very interesting. Because it's counterintuitive to how most of us would build a pyramid. Most of us would try to make the stones as smooth as possible first. And then, try to fit them. No, they don't bother with that. They didn't bother with that at all. They just sort of slotted them in the best way that fit for what they were doing at that moment, and then sort of worked out the rough edges later. So again, it's very counterintuitive to how we would, in the West, would build something like this. But it does seem to be the way they've done it. We also see columns at Karnak that are done very similarly, where, these are very round columns, and they're stacked 70 feet tall. The fact that we have 30th dynasty columns at Karnak Temple that were unfinished, and they're rough. They weren't smooth. They basically put the rough stone. They smoothed the bottom edge and the top edge, but they didn't round it off until after they were all stacked up. The rounding off was the very last thing they did. So, I think there's a lot here that say Westerners don't understand about pyramid building and for stone architecture in general when they try to come to these monuments and then try to, well, how did they do it all? It's so mysterious. Well, they didn't think it that far through. So they were more interested in the practical aspects of doing this one little bit at a time than trying to do it all at once. So anyway, I hope that explains a lot of how the technology of how pyramids were made, how stone monuments were made, and it's very fascinating when you see this firsthand, because it's, again, not like what you would expect. You would never expect that the pyramid builders would use rough stones and try to fit rough stones in place and then smooth it. It sort of would be backwards for a way a Westerner would build this sort of thing. So anyway, thank you, Edison, for that question, and I hope your friend benefits from the answer. Very much appreciated. All right, now let's find that other question. Oh, Captain Seb's question. Okay, that's the one we missed. All right, so, Addison, we're sponsoring Captain Seb's question for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, and Captain Seb's question here. Okay, and Captain Seb asks, is it true that archaic language was used as a literary device in the ancient Near East to make literature have a foreign flavor? Can this explain the presence of Egyptian loanwords in the book of Exodus? Not really. I have yet to see archaic language used to give literature a foreign flavor. I've read a lot of Bronze Age literature, a lot of it. And you do sometimes find archaic language. Like for example, you'll sometimes see the extended use of Middle Egyptian in, say, a New Kingdom document. It doesn't happen often, but you do see it. It's not so often used to give something a foreign flavor. What it is used is in the ways we kind of use Elizabethan English or King James English to give something that air of uh, being special, classical, in good taste. You find in New Kingdom documents that have Middle Egyptian.
They don't know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty dodgy to say Shakespeare's in good taste, but we won't go there. But classic, classy. We have this, for example, this really, really interesting document called the Camosa Stela. Okay? And in it, the king's talking in Middle Egyptian. And all his ministers, his courtiers, are talking in this slangy late Egyptian. And that was kind of to show the difference between the king being very literate, very educated, very refined, and the ministers being just bums off the street. Okay? So you do see that. You do see where archaic language is used to show refinement. And as I said, classical learning. But it's almost never used to show, say, foreign flavor. I don't know of any examples, at least from Egypt or even from the Hebrew Bible, that would show that or be used in that way. So I don't think that this would explain the presence of Egyptian loanwords in the book of Exodus. Really, the what you would see in say Exodus usually will have to mean that there was some sort of influence by essentially the Egyptian language. That's really what's going to explain the Egyptian loanwords. Because we do see, for example, in Imperial Aramaic, a fair number of Egyptian loanwords, but these are because those documents originated from Egypt, where the authors had influence by the Egyptian language. And also, furthermore, you got, say, even in, say, the garrison towns in Israel, those were very sequestered towns. So even then, you're not going to get a lot of Egyptian loanwords there. So I don't see archaic language here being used in that way. At least I don't see it in the literature that I read. Maybe I'm not reading the right literature here, but in the ancient literature that I read, I don't see this. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for Addison Weir for sponsoring that question. It was a very interesting question, and thank you very much, the both of you. Okay, I think we covered everything we skipped by mistake. So let's go back here. Let's see where we are. Yeah, that's everything we skipped by mistake. Okay. The next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, do you know any current seminaries that teach about engaging the spirit world, magic, occults, vampires, etc.? Oh boy. Oh boy.
There is an occasional teacher who will pop us for one.
Very rare. Okay? Very rare. I was really lucky. Okay, I was really lucky. I had a teacher when I went to seminary that did this. His name was Bruce Fields. He is unfortunately no longer with us. He passed away, I believe, 2 years ago from brain cancer. I miss him. I miss him a lot. He was one of the most... he was a very, very influential teacher for me. And I miss him deeply. He was a great man. I loved him. Absolutely loved the man. He taught us he did this course called the Spirit World. And he had to fight the seminary to teach it. Okay? He had to fight the seminary. And he did covered all sorts of topics in there. By the way, we kept the door closed as he taught this. Because it disturbed people in the hall. Because we were talking about things such as angels, demons, vampires, lycanthropy, shamanism, witchcraft, magic, all these, possession, demonic influence, exorcisms. These are the things that, those are the topics that we covered. But I remember him having to fight tooth and nail to teach that course. It was not a course that the seminary wanted taught.
Were they supposed to pick it up? The movies?
Yeah, exactly. My producer makes a great point. Is where do we expect our seminarians to get this from? The movies. Clever Boy says Dallas Theological Seminary used to teach about psychic surgery. Now that Horrell left, no more. He used to have a guide to exorcism. Students called his class, quote, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Yeah, where this is taught, that's what you get. And frankly, to be honest, this class was really small, the one I took. There was only 8 of us. That's a small class. And it was an elective, but boy, it was one of the 4 really useful classes I took at Trinity, at the seminary I went to.
I mean, even if the supernatural world wasn't real, but you have an entire culture believing it is, Christians still need to know how to.
Yeah. And another great point my producer makes here is even if you don't think it's real, you might have a whole culture that believes it's real. In which case, Christians do need to know how to engage it. So, it was just one of those things. It was an incredibly useful course. And I benefited greatly from going through that course. It changed my mind on a lot of things. It changed my mind on a lot of things, and a lot of, say, my philosophical underpinnings regarding the spirit world were altered as a result of that course. If I ever taught at a seminary, I would teach this course. I would absolutely make this a course that I would teach at least once a year. Just because I think it's just something that needs to happen more in seminaries, especially as we see this phenomena continue to grow in our culture. So absolutely, I don't know any seminaries right now that teach this stuff. Honestly, I know where it's taught. The instructor has to fight tooth and nail to get it taught. It's not something that seminaries want taught. Seminaries are really risk adverse. They're really risk adverse. Academics are risk adverse. Any potential course that could disturb the students or make waves in the community of the professors tend to get pushed aside. Oh yeah, we couldn't get Latin taught. We wanted Latin taught, and we couldn't get that done. Yeah, we had arranged like a large class of 15, 20 students, who would basically sign a petition saying, "Hey, we want Latin taught." Yeah, we couldn't get that done.
You're not going to teach Latin. You're certainly not going to teach.
Yeah, if we couldn't get Latin taught, of course, the academics there probably wouldn't know the difference between teaching Latin and defense against the dark arts. It probably would sound exactly the same to them.
If you spoke Latin like
Yeah, speaking Latin, how do I take the bus to the Vatican? And you end up summoning a demon by mistake.
Where's the bathroom?
Where's the bathroom in Latin? And the Gorgon appears. I can see why a seminary wouldn't want that. Leviosa. Yeah, Latin sounds. Academics really want to protect their jobs, unfortunately. Yes, it's really true. Yeah, they are super risk adverse. It's one of the most risk adverse fields that you'll ever encounter. Just crazy, crazy risk adverse. So it's an unfortunate state of the seminary that they won't teach anything that will make them uncomfortable or anyone else uncomfortable. So, oh boy. But unfortunately, I wish it was otherwise. I wish it was otherwise because I think we need it.
And yet we have.
Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, Reverend Ron's Revelation Room says, seriously, if anyone who would be Christian doesn't take this serious, I don't know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I just don't care for it, which is protecting their interests. So I know what they're doing, and I wish it was otherwise. Because, people are hurting from this. I will say one thing, though. And I've mentioned this before on this channel. That, that I heard a lot of freaky stories about the paranormal when I went to seminary. A lot of them. And not in that class, believe it or not. That class was just not, I heard a lot of people. I mean, if you want to hear weird stories about the paranormal, go to seminary because it's just, yeah. I heard about some strange stuff when I was there. So, yeah, I'll tell you what. If you go to if you take one of those classes, you'll be the guy everyone at seminary comes to confide in and goes, I saw this strange thing. I don't know what I saw. Can you help me out here? Yeah, you get that reputation if you attend one of those classes at a seminary like that because they'll be too afraid to go to the prof. But as a fellow seminarian, you'll be approachable. So, I had former Wiccans. I had people who used to practice voodoo come up to me who basically came to life in Christ and wanted to be pastors coming up to me and saying, hey, I saw this thing, 20 years ago. I'd like to talk to you about it. I'm like, okay, let's grab a coffee. And you go and you listen and they tell you some strange stuff. You'll hear some real strange stuff. So I think it's definitely something that really is needed in seminaries, but I don't know of any right now where you're going to find it. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that provided a little insight to what's going on there. Mouthwash. What do you mean by strange? Take that quickly. It comes up here. This question, no. Oh, there it is. What do you mean by strange? Okay. Like electrical appliances, street lights flickering on and off. When you walk by, flying objects, ghostly visages, basically seeing strange people, those sorts of things is what basically most of what people were telling me. Okay, so there's definitely spooky encounters that people have had, especially before they come to Christ. That once they come to Christ and they go to seminary, they realize that they don't know exactly what they were encountering back then. So that's what I would say is the majority of it. Most of it, again, most of what I heard people say was, when they were, especially when they were doing a lot of, say, witchcraft, they would encounter things that experiences where, as I said, electrical interference, where they had electrical interference, light bulbs would blow out on them, that sort of thing. Flying objects, what would you describe as, say, poltergeist type activity, telekinesis. Lots of telekinesis. I'll say that, a lot of telekinesis. And as I said, seeing spirits. So that's really what I mean by strange here. So anyway, thank you for that question. Okay, let's get back to the super chats. Okay. Okay. The next super chat here is from Lion Green for $2. Is Ezekiel 26 a failed prophecy? They sect don't cut it. I don't know what you mean by that last piece here. Let's just bring it up, though, and just take a look here. Quick look. I do believe this is the one about the prophecy of Nebuchadnezzar, if I remember correctly. Ezekiel. Oh, this is the Tyre one. Okay, this is the one Tyre. Okay. And now it came about in the 11th year on the first month that the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, because Tyre he has said concerning Jerusalem, Aha, the gate of the peoples is broken, it has opened to me, I shall be filled now that she laid to waste. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O Tyre, and I will bring up many nations against you, and the sea brings up its waves, and they will destroy the walls of Tyre, break down her towers, and I will scrape her debris from her and make her a bare rock. Okay. She will be a place for spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken, declares the Lord, and she will become a spoil for nations. Also, her daughters who on the mainland will be slain by sword. They will know that I am the Lord, for thus says the Lord God, Behold, I will bring upon Tyre from the north Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses, chariots, cavalry, and a great army. He will slay your daughters on the mainland with the sword. He will all make a siege walls against you, cast up against a mound, and raise up a large shield against you. And the prophecy goes on. Okay. Now, I don't think this is a failed prophecy. I know guys like Josh Bohm try to argue that with the most strangest arguments I've ever heard. But I don't want to mischaracterize his argument either. But what I heard just didn't make a lot of sense to me. Now, it's not a failed prophecy. Because, first of all, the prophecy does say that many nations will come up against Tyre. So, it's been, first of all, there is, on the one hand, this is very interesting, because it was actually conquered by Nebuchadnezzar. How do we know this? Okay, there's 2 cuneiform tablets that mention Tyre. The first one is a tablet about a soldier provisioning himself for the conquest of Tyre. Okay? Both these tablets date to the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. The second cuneiform tablet actually talks about Tyre being a province of the Babylonian Empire, of the Babylonians. Okay, so you're going to have at that point you have one tablet that basically says, hey, this wasn't a province, we're going to go conquer it. Second one going, oh, this is a province that we're going to be a part of. So a conquest had to have occurred between tablet A and tablet B. Okay, so what then is the point of contesting here? Well, if you follow, say, Josh Bowman's argument, which is that the first conquest of Babylon took 13 years. And that seems unrealistic, that a conquest would take 13 years. So it didn't happen, because the subsequent conquests of Tyre took a lot less time. Okay? Now you think about that reasoning and you go, well, okay. First of all, that 13 years is not found in the biblical text. That's found in Josephus. Okay? So this is nothing to relate to the Bible anyway. But even if that was true, and Josephus claims to have gotten that from Phoenician sources, it does sort of stretch here the idea that just because subsequent conquests took quicker to do, that necessarily negates the original one that took a long time. There's things that can explain that really easily. Such as, for example, maybe the original walls of Tyre were big Middle Bronze fortifications that were incredibly hard to tear down. That's always a possibility. And then they were replaced by, say, mud brick fortifications that were a lot weaker. Because we do know that the styles of fortifications in the Levant changed over time. And Bronze Age fortifications were much, much more robust, especially the big Middle Bronze ones, than, say, early late Bronze mud brick ones. So I don't think the argument really flies. It's to me, it seems like a very strange historical argument to make. So my view here on Ezekiel 26. Oh yeah, it could be the camera getting blurry. So we will just tweak the camera here just a second here. So, with that said, I don't think Ezekiel 26 is a failed prophecy. I think it's clear from the Babylonian records that it's definitely not a failed one. That the cuneiform tablets support that there was a conquest made during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, and many nations subsequently after it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, we have here a $1 super chat without a question from Alonzo Muncie. Now, I'm not sure there is a question. Our producer just stepped out here for a moment, but I'll ask her when she comes back. Anyway, I don't see a question here, but thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. We do really appreciate all the support we get from others to basically keep this service going, which is to answer your questions. So your contributions do help us put food on our table and to keep bringing this content to you. So anyway, thank you very much for this super chat. Really appreciate it. Oh, and if we missed a question that you had posted later, please let us know so we can find it and answer it. Okay, let's see. Just want to check something here. Okay. Alonzo Muncy. Oh, did he have a question right underneath? All right. Well, okay, we'll get to those. Now, I did have a report of a fuzzy focus problem, so we're just gonna change the focus here and see if that helps at all. Okay, I'm putting it back on auto. Oh, that's kind of weird. All right. Okay, hopefully that'll improve the focus issue. If it doesn't, we will change it. All right. All right, focus looks fine now? Okay, cool. All right. Okay. All right. So there is a question here from Alonzo. Awesome. Yeah, found it. And he asks, saw this question from Paulogia on Twitter and thought it was interesting. What is the earliest dated New Testament manuscript to be found outside the region of Egypt? Why the oldest from there? Well, the oldest ones outside of Egypt are actually a little later than the ones inside of Egypt. The older manuscripts are actually found in Alexandria. Okay, and generally there's two sources for early New Testament manuscripts, which are Alexandria and Antioch. And the ones that are in Alexandria just date about 100 years older in general to the ones we find in Antioch. So the ones we find in Antioch tend to date to sometime in the mid 3rd century. But the ones from Alexandria, some of them are early 2nd century. Like Ryland's Papyrus P52. That one dates to about 120 AD. So about 20 years after it was, roughly 20 to 30, 40 years after the original manuscript was written. So very early. Very, very early. So I'm not sure why the necessity of that. But Egypt does seem to produce the oldest New Testament manuscripts. And a lot of that comes down to preservation issues, really. I don't think it's because Egypt had such a vibrant Christian community, although it did. I think it's a lot of this has to be more because of the dry conditions. Egypt is basically a desert, and when you're writing on papyrus, things don't survive so well when it gets wet. Now, Antioch has a very dry climate as well, but it's not quite as dry as Egypt. So things get preserved a lot better in Egypt because there's no water. Water is the enemy of the archaeologist. Water will destroy everything. Paper, rock, wood, you name it, water will destroy it. So with that said, you're just bound to find older stuff in Egypt than you are even in say, the rest of the ancient Near East. And again, that is only because it's so dry in Egypt. So, but again, I think the oldest manuscripts we have from Antioch are mid 3rd century, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that answers your question. I'm not an expert on New Testament manuscripts, but I knew the guy who was the what is it now? He was in charge of the Rylands collection. So he had access to a lot of those manuscripts. So I got to know him quite well in England, so that was pretty cool. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Uh, BJJ Nut for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Doc. Any scholarly substance behind the idea of an early date for the Book of Revelation, i.e., prior to the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD? Not really. I know it's a favorite sort of dating for preterists. I mean, preterists really do need that to be, either on or around that 70 AD mark. But I don't see a lot of evidence for it. This is a subject that has been commented on not just by modern scholarship, but by ancient scholarship too. Say Eusebius of Caesarea, he talks about, say, the writing of the Book of Revelation, and for him, he remarks that it was basically done during the years of Diocletian. So that puts it in the 90s at minimum. So most of the historians of the church are going to put this, at least the early historians are going to put this quite late, and they are contemporary with these actors. So this is going to be something that's very, very similar to basically Josephus's work, where the closer they are to the actual events, the more accurate the writings are going to be. So I do tend to more strongly lean to, say, the early church historians on the writing of the Book of Revelation, because there's propinquity there. So I don't think there's strong evidence. I don't think there's strong evidence at all for it to be prior to the fall in 70 AD. I think it's really a book of late first century manufacture, very late first century manufacture. So I have not found the preterist arguments here to be compelling. Now, I don't remember specifically what those arguments were, but when I did look into this, it was just like, okay, not quite buying this. Where's the evidence for it? And the evidence seems to be, well, it has to be talking about all the nasty events that happened in say Jerusalem during the conquest 70 AD, because, well, it was a bad time. Okay, it was a bad time. Well, there's lots of bad times. Okay, I need a little more to go on than just that. Just okay. I mean, yes, the fall of Jerusalem could have been a type of tribulation, great tribulation, but that doesn't make it the only tribulation. And I think that's where I sort of draw the line there, is that whole preterist idea that this has already been fulfilled. And I think the one thing I don't like about interpreting the Book of Revelation that way is that the text does make it clear that these are things to come yet. So, and the other matter too is that it's talking about churches. There's the 7 letters to the 7 churches. We know that those churches did not expand out of Jerusalem until after 70 AD. That's a post fall of Jerusalem event. They're having to scatter from Jerusalem because of the coming of the Romans. Until then, Christianity was pretty much sequestered to, I mean, yeah, you had some missionaries, like Paul, who in the 60s, they're going out. Okay, but they're establishing those churches in 60 to 64, about 10 years before. There was no letters to these already established churches. It's clear that the 7 churches are already established when those letters are going out. So I think there's a lot here that seems to allude to the fact that this is going on after the Christian diaspora where they're leaving Jerusalem and basically going out in the world. And that diaspora is really ignited by that conquest of Jerusalem. So I need something a lot more tangible than what I've heard so far. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, 1000 clever boy for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. M's Q on sin offerings during Millennium. Okay. So what is that question then? Let's find that. Okay. And the question here is, thoughts on sin offerings during the Millennium per the last chapters of Ezekiel, roughly 40 to 48. Now, that's a lot of text. I am not in the... We roughly do a question every 3 minutes here. 3 to 5. Sometimes we go longer. Like today, we took one question that took 40 minutes. It's very unusual for us. Okay, so we're going to keep this one really short and really vague and really general. Just because 8 chapters? 9 chapters is a lot of material to go through, and I can't really cover that in this amount of time. Okay? But, that said, we do know that offerings are done during the millennial period. Okay? Temple ritual is restored and continues on basically through the millennial period. Now, I'm not sure about sin offering, but let me take a quick scan and see if I can find anything specifically in Ezekiel on this to sort of narrow it down. All right, we've got one reference here in Ezekiel 45:17. Mouthwash. What? Dr. Falk is a pre-millennial? Yeah, I actually am. In more ways than one. I was definitely born before the year 2000. Let's see here. I know it's hard to believe I have such a young look. All right, we will take this one here. Let's see here. Now, is this talking about that time? I'll just say this. Okay. You shall lot the land's inheritance. Yeah, the problem with engaging in Ezekiel here is it kind of flips back and forth between things. So it's often sometimes difficult to gauge whether... Because there's going to be, in the millennial, there's going to be burnt offerings and there's going to be grain offerings. And the whole idea of sin offering is going to be very tricky anyway. Now, the idea of sin offerings is connected to rituals such as Yom Kippur and basically trespass and iniquity. Okay, so yeah, agree with Roman Hashon. We're getting old, bros. Yeah, we're getting old. No argument there, man. No argument there. Okay. Yeah, 1000 Clever Boy says perhaps the sin offerings are a memorial for what Christ did, but we also have to keep in mind that the sacrificial system is very broad. Okay, there were 8 types of sacrifice in the sacrificial system. The sin offering is only just one type, and not every burnt offering was for sin. Okay, you had Thanksgiving offerings. You had offerings that were supposed to be consummated at the end of a contract. You have oath offerings. You have peace offerings. You have Thanksgiving offerings. You basically had a great crop. You want to thank the Lord for it. You gave an offering. There was actually a whole. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a whole lot of offerings in the sacrificial system that have nothing to do with sin at all. And there's even that strong potential, as basically mentioned here by 1000 Clever Boy, that sin offering during the millennial could be, again, a kind of Thanksgiving offering. Instead of saying, hey, here's an offering for sin being covered. We have to remember too what the purpose of sin offerings were in, say, temple ritual. Okay? Sin offerings in temple ritual did not forgive sin. Make that very, very clear. Nowhere in the Old Testament does it say an offering forgives sin. Not at all. You'll never see that anywhere in the Old Testament. What it says is that sin offering covers over sin. Okay? Here's the analogy I use, which is a typist with the impossible assignment. Basically, a typist is given a handwritten manuscript, 100,000 pages long. It's basically said, okay, you got to transcribe this whole handwritten manuscript in a typewriter. Not a computer, a typewriter. But you can't make any mistakes. Again, I'm showing my age with this example, but it's such a great example. So the typist starts typing along. And how long can you type without ever making a mistake? Not very long. Sooner or later, you're going to hit the wrong key. Okay. Every person who learns typing knows what you do next, which is you open the drawer of your desk, you reach down into the desk, you pull out the whiteout. Okay? You pull out the whiteout, you cover over the mistake with the whiteout, you let it dry, and then you type in the right key. So, and then you continue on with the assignment. That's what sin offerings do in the sacrificial system. They're white out. The mistake is still there underneath the surface, but the sin offering acts as a covering to continue doing things as normal. So sin offerings never were for the forgiveness of sins, even in the old sacrificial system. So then, with the mistakes all gone, thanks to Christ's sacrifice, what they would this be in the millennial kingdom does remain sort of an open question. And again, one possibility here was already mentioned was it might be memorial. Basically, it could be a thanksgiving. Christ forgave me my sins. Thank you very much, Christ. Here's an offering. So it could play that role, because we see other sacrifices also play that role, something very similar. As I said, like, for example, when your contracts are done, you're supposed to be thankful that you were able to finish the contract. Or something, you had a great business deal. Here's an offering of thanksgiving for a great business transaction. These sort of offerings were part of the sacrificial system. So it's not inconceivable that the sin offering could also play a similar role. So anyway, I hope that at least provided some food for thought on this. Again, 9 chapters is too much to actually read and digest in this short of time. But anyway, I hope that gives you a few thoughts that you can sort of take with you and maybe help. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do you reconcile your view on Urkesh with Acts 7:4? Okay, let's take a look at Acts 7:4. Okay. And the high priest said, "Are these things so?" And, 7:4. I'll start at verse 3. And said to him, "Depart from your country and your relatives, and come to the land that I will show you." Then he departed from the land of the Chaldeans and settled in Haran. And from there, after his father died, God removed him from this country which you are now living. Okay. The idea is that that Chaldeans here is basically a quote. It's a quote from, say, the Masoretic text, or say the Septuagint in this case. Okay. Now, again, my view here is that Urkashdim is actually a corruption of Urkesh. So, I think that in the case here that that he is using the best texts he has at the time. That in the case here, land of the Chaldeans, there is you could make the case that, Chaldeans are, say, a later development here. So it's still right. But it's also that it's a later historical development too, that just happens to coincide with how the text changed. So that's how I would probably reconcile it here. Is that Urkashdim became a land of the Chaldeans, because the Chaldeans are spreading out into that region in I believe it's the 8th century BC that they're moving into that region. So it's still right. It just happens to be a bit of an anachronism. And that's what has been always one of the criticisms of this as well, is that the Chaldeans weren't around at the time of Abraham. So you're going to have to make a reconciliation one way or the other. You're going to have to either reconcile that, okay, this is a corruption of the text that basically became right over time, or you're going to have to say that Ur of the Chaldeans is the original text, and that was a scribal gloss that was added to the text. So either way, you're going to have to make a reconciliation. So I think my reconciliation makes more sense than, say, the other one. But again, scholars are going to disagree on this one. But that's how I would stand here, is that I think this is one of those corruptions that became right, not started off right. So basically, Urkesh was the original. It was corrupted to Urkashdim, and Kashdim is the Hebrew for Chaldeans. So I think that makes the most sense here. So anyway, I hope it was good to see you here tonight. I'm glad you could make it here tonight, and I hope that helped. I hope that sort of at least allowed you to consider what my view is on this. That, I hate to say this, but it's almost like kind of it just happened that way. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, geez. Very important question. This question is really important. Saint Ronan, cage fight, battle of favorite cheese. Your favorite cheese versus my favorite mozzarella. Your favorite cheese will lose. No, it will not. My favorite cheese, Cambozola. It's it's one of the new varieties of cheese. Oh, beautiful stuff, Cambozola. Or we can go classic here and go Schorsch. Schorsch is just, beautiful. I'll put up my Schorsch against your mozzarella any day of the week.
Not to well,
Not to insult mozzarella. Mozzarella's good stuff. Shor's is better. It's,
you ought to tell them Canadians.
you mean poutine? Oh, yeah, well, that's actually cheddar curd. That is actually cheddar curd, but that's good too, though. But Shor's is just absolutely the best cheese. It's a full fat cow's milk brie, and it's like thick, and it's a thick roundel, a small thick roundel, and oh, it's so good. You cut it open, and it's already liquid on the inside. Oh, it's so delicious. So delicious. I mean, just a crazy good cheese. You can get it here, but you have to go to a fromager who has imported it. It's difficult to get. Let's see if I can even spell it right here.
You see the last question.
What? How did David and Kiara first meet? Well, we'll think about that one. Yeah. Best cheese ever. Best cheese ever. Your cheese won't win. Not even close. The French have you beat here on this one. All right, thank you for that funky question. I love cheese. Cheese is good stuff. All right, next question. BC says, "Congrats on 9K. Thank you very much. Wasn't us. It's the subscribers. The subscribers made this possible, and we really are thankful that they've helped this channel grow as faster than we ever expected. We never expected to get here this quickly. So we really love the fact that the subscribers have gotten behind the work here. And we're just grateful and humble about that. We just really are grateful for all the things that the subscribers have done for us. So yeah, we're just so overjoyed with this. So thank you very much for the congratulations. BC, Le Mans style 24-hour stream. No, not gonna happen. Let's see here. Okay, another one from Mouthwash here for $5. Thank you much for the super chat. Stories like Genesis 1 appear in other cultures. Same elements, dark, water, divine wind, etc. It implies oral descent from Adam, only realistic with Yek. Yeah, it could imply oral descent. Possible. Is it only realistic with young Earth creationism? No, I wouldn't go that far. I think
there's only so many things on Earth that can make creation.
Yeah, but there's so many views on creation that I think you could easily extrapolate this to other versions of it too. Again, I don't really get into endorsing a compatibilist view. So for me, it's the fact that these stories are similar. Okay, that can imply oral descent. Okay, sure, I don't have a problem with that. But it doesn't mean it's only realistic with young Earth creationism. It could be realistic with other forms too of compatibilism, which is again why I don't get into it. Don't get into it. You can just go so many directions with this. The evidence is just not clear enough for a compatibilist view in my thinking. So, tell me that's not like Genesis. Well, it is, but Genesis could be like other ways too. It depends on how you're looking at it. So, it's yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with the oral descent, but that could be also oral descent could be done in many other ways as well. So, anyway, thank you for the comment, and very much appreciate the super chat. Okay. I think we're getting to the end of the super chats here. We've got a few more here. I'll take some non-super chats. Okay. Aston Weir for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. You should probably say what you think about the Discovery and History channel. My coworker said he got the quote aliens and hieroglyphics things from one of them. Oh dear. Okay. Boy. The History channel is not about history. It's about World War II and ancient aliens. This is not history. A lot of these cable network channels have sort of lost their way as they go after entertainment. I think Discovery Channel is about Pawn Stars more than it is about science anymore. But oh. I mean, I was asked once. I mean, somebody found out I was a historian, and they asked me what I thought of the History Channel. And I said, I hate History Channel. And they said, but you love history. I said, yes, I love history. That's why I hate the History Channel. It's terrible. Terrible. Okay, some of the World War II content's okay. But the rest of it is just awful. And Discovery Channel's not much better. It's gee. It's I mean, but again, a lot. This has sort of been an industry wide. I asked somewhere. I don't think Discovery. Yeah, there was something that Discovery Channel aired that was weird. Though a lot of them had. What's it now? I know, like National Geographic Channel has now become like the cat documentary channel or something like that. A lot of cable channels. This has happened across cable channels. It's Naked and Afraid. That's what it is. Okay, so that's what's on Discovery Channel is Naked and Afraid. Didn't they also do what's it called now? The Most Dangerous Catch. Wasn't that the crab fishers? Weren't they also on Discovery Channel? So yeah, I think there's but this is something that's happened all across these private cable channels. Essentially, for the last 10, 15 years, people have been unplugging their cable. And a lot of these cable channels got a lot of their income by selling their services to big cable conglomerates like Rogers and what was the other one? Gee, I can't remember the other ones. But people who were selling TV packages along with your telephone and internet service. But as people were unplugging from cable TV, these cable networks had to eliminate more expensive programming. So, yeah, Viacom's another one. So there's a lot of there's been a big shakeup in the cable industry. Big shakeup. Netflix did a lot to destroy the cable industry. So with that, you've also seen a degradation in the quality of the programming. Science Fiction Channel used to have a lot of science fiction. Now it's like the Sharknado channel. Gotta love Sharknado. What's scarier than a tornado filled with sharks? Nothing.
Somebody got very drunk and said, "What's scarier than a tornado?"
Yes.
They're like, cool.
Yeah, it's just really bizarre of how these cable channels have devolved. I mean, they're just falling apart at the seams, and History Channel is one of them. They do more with A&E Entertainment than they do with real history. So Ancient Aliens is probably one of their big shows at this point. And you do get the view that aliens were responsible for the hieroglyphs because they showed things from the future, and you see this often in like, for example, what's called the Dendera helicopter, which is there's a little hieroglyph at Dendera Temple that looks kind of like a helicopter. Well, it's actually one hieroglyph that's been written over another. If you go to Dendera Temple, you can actually see how it's superimposed. So, you'd have to be pretty incredulous to believe it was a helicopter. And there's also a flying saucer one out there too, which is kind of bizarre as well. But again, it's the same sort of deal. It's one hieroglyph that's been cut over another. So, yeah, I think Discovery and History Channel are terrible sources. Terrible sources. So, that's not history. That's entertainment. And it's really on the fiction side of entertainment. So, again, that's sort of where my view is on both History Channel and Discovery. History Channel is probably the worst of the two, but that's not saying much, really. I mean, they're both pretty bad. So anyway, that's I hate those cable channels, so I don't watch them myself, just because they're not good sources of history. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Malflush for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Opinion on Gobekli. I think you mean Gobekli Tepe. Relevance for model of history. Well, Gobekli Tepe is old. Really, really old. At least 10,000 years old, probably closer to 12. So it's probably the oldest ritual site that's been dug up yet. Relevance for history? Well, the relevance for history is that it is, I mean, it's a Turkish site. It was a ritual site that sort of sprung up around the development of agriculture. Okay? One of the things that we've learned from, say, floral remains that have been found in tombs in Asia Minor, in Anatolia, is that as they dig up these bones, they find various seeds. Okay, seeds and plants and pollens and that sort of thing. And archaeobotanists, this is the study of ancient plants. Archaeobotanists have been able to piece together the development of grains in Asia Minor, in Anatolia, that goes back to 8, 12, even 16 to 20,000 years ago. So they've got this sort of, they've been able to map out how certain grains developed, like emmer wheat, like barley, like chickpeas, from this archaeobotany. So what it appears to have happened is, with Gobekli Tepe, is that this ritual site developed around the domestication of grains. So it's actually a really interesting site. It's got petroglyphs on it. I mean, there's animals carved into the stone pillars. It's a big site. They did make some massive stones to make the ritual site. Yes, they had booze. Yeah, viticulture. Yes, they did. Yes, they did make booze. Beer. So, yeah. Um. So yeah, that's probably the big importance that Gobekli Tepe had for history, is that it's a very old site and it coincides with the development of grains, of agriculture in Anatolia. So we're still learning a lot about it. There's a lot more to learn, and it's an ongoing excavation. They're still digging in there. And it's going to be a long time before they finish. I don't think they'll be finished anytime soon, because a ritual site of that size has almost got to have satellite settlements as well. And when they start going into those satellite settlements, they'll learn a lot more. So anyway, that's my opinion on it. Actually, I have a good friend who's she did her PhD on this sort of archaeology. So she's who I go to when I have questions about this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right. Jack Ray says, please check your email. No question, though. Well, thank you very much. Jack gave us $50 US. Thank you very much for that unofficial super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Very much appreciate your contributions to this channel. It really helps us. Thank you so very much. As I said, the contributions like this keeps food on our table and helps us to continue to do this work where we answer the questions of this community. So we are very, very grateful for your most generous support. So thank you very much. And we really, really appreciate it. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Sent you a video you have to do a popcorn review of. Hint, Dr. Dino. I don't think he's aware of me yet. I kind of like it that way, in all honesty. I mean, he's not a doctor. Okay, let's make that clear. I mean, he got his quote PhD from a trailer park in the middle of the Arizona desert or somewhere like that. So, you know, hardly a institution of high standing. Mouthwash asks, Kent Hovind? Yes, that's Kent Hovind. For those who don't recognize the reference to Dr. Dino, yes, he's talking about Kent Hovind. I read his PhD dissertation, by the way. I did get my hands on a copy. It was awful. Just awful. Short and awful. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one heck of a bad combination, short and bad. Well, I mean, it was so strange. It was such a strange little document. Uh he spends a lot of time defending a King James only view. I mean, and it's not even a really robust defense of it. It just I mean, he starts it off as, "Hi, I'm Kent Hovind." That's the strangest way to begin a dissertation. Just like, are you kidding me?
Your professors.
I mean, I've read a lot of doctoral dissertations in my time, and even examined a few of them. I've even been a PhD examiner on occasion.
Keeps the reader watching.
I've never seen a dissertation start with, "Hi, I'm Kent Hovind." What are you doing? Confessing your sins? You know, just as I said, it was the strangest little document I've ever read. Oh, it was bizarro. As I said, a lot of it was a defense of the King James only, his views on King James only. And then it was more or less just a literalistic reading of Genesis 1. I don't remember the Clovis book. He does talk about other things such as giants, the pictures of giants. A lot of it was very standard American young Earth creationist fare. So he talked about a bit about the Paluxy footprints. He talked a bit about, was it? I don't remember the Clovis points. It wasn't very sophisticated, even for a young Earth creationist. It really was not sophisticated in the slightest. But it's been a long time since I read it. I've read that back. I think I read it in 2006. I think that's when I last read it, was in 2006. It was just bizarre. Just a bizarre document. As I said, it wasn't very long either. I think it was only about 50 pages. So it really it didn't even have the heft of a PhD. Now, a good PhD should be, unless it's like a science PhD, I mean, a real science one where you actually did lab work. You know, some of those can be pretty short. Like Einstein's PhD was done on special relativity, and it was 35 pages, but it was a very compact 35 pages. Yeah, and he covered everything. You know, well, especially if you can cover special relativity in 35 pages, yeah, you know that's, yeah, you have a special kind of brain, and they're going to let you. I mean, Einstein's PhD was almost a foregone conclusion anyway. No matter what he wrote, it would have passed.
About yours, a couple pages. Oh.
I mean, my PhD dissertation was 700 pages. It was 700 pages. Over 100, I think it was 105,000 words. Okay, so you know when you have your PhD examined, your examiners might do the thump test. Okay, the thump test, which is they take your dissertation and let it drop on the table and hear the thump. You know, if you've got a good thump there might be some. You might have actually put some work into it. If you don't get a good thump out of your PhD, then, you know, maybe you need to do just a little more work on it.
But that's something people don't do, is that you are supposed to your thesis into.
Mm-hmm. A PhD is supposed to be an original work that expands the frontiers of knowledge, okay, and makes a substantial contribution to scholarship.
That's the key between
Yeah.
masters.
Now, the difference here between a master's and a PhD thesis comes down to the word substantial. Master's degree is also supposed to be a piece of original research as well, but it doesn't have to be as substantial. Okay, so that's sort of the defining difference. That's why they resort to the thump test, is because that's sort of the idea here of, you know, if it isn't like at least 300 pages, how substantial have you covered the topic? So Kent Hovind's PhD was, I believe, 50 pages, if I remember right. I might not remember right, but because, again, it's been close to 20 years since I've read it. But boy, I will say this, it was bad. Really, really bad. And it was all... It's not available on any of the theses databases, but it has circulated. People made photocopies of it and posted it, so you can get it.
The point is, it's not in.
No, it's not in an academic database. It's because the school he went to wasn't part of an academic network. So no, it's not something you're going to find on your university, you know, trend or digital dissertations database. You're not going to find it there. You will find it online, though. There's a lot of people who made copies of it and keep posting it. But it is totally dreadful. Totally dreadful. But I don't know if I'm going to resort to doing a popcorn review of it. I mean, it was just so bad. Addison Weir just wrote, speaking of Hovind, I learned from him today, separate video, that Moses would have been familiar with the Library of Alexandria. What? Huh? I'm gonna get that up here since it shows up. I don't even know what to say about that, considering that Alexandria wasn't even a city at the time of Moses. So, yeah, no. No. Well, I heard recently too he did a retrospective on Ron Wyatt as well, which is, I mean, that one is just, oh, ag, ugh. Bible exegete, he's just a millennium off. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. He's about a millennium off. That's perfectly accurate. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But then again, Hovind doesn't know his history. He doesn't know his science. He doesn't know his history. What can we say? Oh boy. Plus or minus. Yeah. Alrighty. So anyway, Addison, thank you very much for that very interesting super chat on Dr. Dino. I don't know if I will actually do that, but we'll let the popcorn decide. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. TT. Okay, I'm gonna butcher this, so please. It's been a long time since I've had to read what's it called now? There was a name for this script. Yeah, TT. We'll just call you TT. For $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Elite script. That was what it's called. Elite script. Hacker days, you used to see a lot of elite script being used. So, yeah, but you don't see it so much anymore. So, okay. So, TT, he says, is Anubis a bad god, and did he have a brother named Beerus? No. Okay, I'll answer that last one first. No, he did not have a brother named Beerus. Beerus. Okay, and let's answer now the first question. Then we'll go a little bit into the biography of Anubis. Anubis was not considered to be a bad god in ancient Egypt. Now, there were no such things as bad or good gods in Egypt. And that's probably the one thing we need to sort of delineate here. Is any god in Egypt could be a bad god or a good god. Every god in Egypt was kind of a dualistic entity. Each god in Egypt had its own bad side and its good side. Okay? So, for example, let's take the goddess Sekhmet. She's the god of healing. But she's the god of healing because she's the one that struck you down with that disease to begin with. She gave you the disease that you're now trying to take away. So, every god in Egypt had both good and a bad coming. Okay? Now, in the case of Anubis, his good coming is if you died, he would protect you in your journey in the afterlife. Okay, that's his good coming. His bad coming was, well, if you died and he was torqued at you, he would just abandon you in the duat. He said, okay, you're on your own. Bye-bye. Good luck making through it on your own. The duat was the underworld, which is called the duat, was swarming with dangers. Demons, lakes of fire, pools you could drown in, evil spirits that wanted to nibble at your feet, just nasty stuff. So you did depend upon the benevolence of Anubis to get you through that intact. But as I said, if he was torqued at you, he'd just abandon you in the duats. That was his bad coming. He left you to your own devices. So, the long and short of it is that Anubis wasn't a bad god, he wasn't a good god, but he had two sides. Every god in Egypt had two sides. So, his only brother, and it's a half-brother, was the god Horus. Okay? Horus is the falconine god of kingship. The father of Anubis and the father of Horus were both Osiris, god of the dead. Horus's mother was Isis. Anubis's mother was Nephthys. Okay? So, they were half-brothers. So, that's sort of the family tree there, which is, from Osiris, you had Horus, the older son, and Anubis, the younger son. Horus became god of kingship, taking his father's place as god of Egypt, or as the king of Egypt, and Anubis became the escort of the dead into the afterlife. So, Romans basically said Beerus is an allusion to a dog, head of a dog. I'm not sure what that is too, but I take it that's a cultural reference. I'm not just quite getting. But anyway, no, he wasn't a bad god. He wasn't a good god. They would just all gods in Egypt had both sides. As such, you don't find in, say, Egyptian myth a god of goodness and a god of evil, because every god could represent both. So anyway, I thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that answered your question. At least gave you a good laugh to go on here. So anyway, thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. Okay, 1,000 Clever Boy for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did the Old Testament offerings have any Egyptian parallels? Great question. The short answer is no, they were different, and they served different purposes. The Old Testament offerings were highly differentiated. They served, as we said earlier in the broadcast, you had offerings that covered sin. You had offerings that covered oaths. You had offerings that covered thanksgiving. You had offerings to make atonement for certain deeds, iniquity, transgression, etc. But mostly what the Egyptian offerings was attempts to feed the gods or the deceased. So it's a different thing. Nobody was feeding the gods or the god of, say, the Temple of Yahweh. The Old Testament offerings were never really there to feed the deity. It was more basically saying an idea of what's called reciprocal economy. Now, Egypt had a concept of reciprocal economy. Now, let me explain what reciprocal economy is. Reciprocal economy is if I want, say, bread, a loaf of bread, okay? I offer to the god of wheat a loaf of bread, and it gets burned up, and the god of wheat takes that loaf of bread, and he gives you back 2 loaves of bread. So you sacrifice 1 to get 2. Right. By the way, if you have cryptocurrency, don't do this. And if someone offers you 2 Bitcoin, if you give them 1, don't do it. That's a scam. Okay, don't do that. don't ever do that. Okay. However, this was a very common theme in ancient Near Eastern rituals. Israelite religion had a sense of this, where if you offered something in thanksgiving, it was to thank God for what he had given you previously. So there was a kind of reciprocal economy going there. The same is true, like, for example, like what was presented in front of the Ark of the Covenant. Like, they took artifacts of the great deeds of God, like the jar of manna, the portion of Aaron's rod that had budded, the book of the law. And they placed these items before the Ark of the Covenant. It's basically using the great deeds of the great God, presenting them as an offering to God so that he does more great deeds for Israel. So there's a sense of reciprocal economy going on there. Okay? So anyway, Egypt also had this idea where you offered certain things to the god in exchange for getting those things back, that reciprocal economy. So if you wanted order in your society, you presented the feather of Ma'at. If you wanted grain, you presented a grain offering or a loaf offering. If you wanted meat, you'd present a piece of meat, or clothing, a piece of clothing. You'd get clothing back. So it's this idea of reciprocal economy. So in that respect, there is a parallel between, say, Old Testament offerings and Egyptian offerings. But where they differ is in their specific applications. The Old Testament, like Egypt, did not have anything such as sin offering. It didn't have anything such as, say, an offering made after an oath. It did have, for example, Thanksgiving offerings. They had definitely had Thanksgiving offerings. And they had offerings used to feed the dead and the gods to, say, get that reciprocal economy back. But they're not equal systems, and they don't work exactly the same. There wasn't any sin offering because Egyptians did not have a strong concept of sin. So there's there's a whole lot there that's similar, at least on the underpinnings, but also different too. So there's some parallels, but not a lot, not a huge amount at any rate. But the underlying principles are there. The underlying principles are definitely there. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that at least gave you some insight into the question. Okay, we've gone for 3.25 hours. Again, we tried it for an hour and a half. Didn't make it again. Yeah, I think that's the last of the super chats.
Did you see what BC commented on?
No.
You're saying Egyptian offerings were pyramids.
Are you saying Egyptian offerings were a pyramid scheme? Well, in a way. Yeah. That's a bad pun, but in a way. Who's got one Bitcoin laying around anyways? True. Absolutely true. Yeah, no one's got one Bitcoin laying around. I did know somebody who had a few Bitcoin laying around. I mean, just. Oh, I knew a guy who lost his shirt over Bitcoin. He took out a $15,000 loan to buy Bitcoin, and then like the next week, it like dropped $5,000 in price. Like, the worst part about it was he didn't even tell his wife that he had taken out the loan to do this. Like, whoa, ooh, not smart. Not smart at all. Like, wow.
Yeah, don't take out loans to make investments.
Yeah, do not take out loans for risky investments. I mean, I love cryptocurrency. I think cryptocurrency is a very good idea. I think it has some excellent use cases. But boy, if you're going to invest heavily into that, you've got to have some nerves of steel, because you could lose your shirt if you don't. So yeah, you have to be able to be comfortable with losing. So again, yeah, I would definitely not take out loans for that. So all right, that is the end of the super chats. So we will take a couple of non-super chats and then call it a night. So we did actually cover all the super chats here, which is cool, awesome. And we'll do a few non-super chats here. Let's see. Chow Yi, we'll tell this one from Chow Yi. If overindulgence isn't gluttony, is it still a sin? It's a good question. It's an interesting question. There are times in the Bible where overindulgence is permitted. And particularly on feast days. Feast days, I hate to say this. I see Addison's answered that question already. Feast days. Okay, now, this is not like when you go to a church and you celebrate a feast day and they give you a little tiny plate with, a little piece of beef and a few cooked beans and a little bit of potato salad, and you take your cup of coffee, and that's a feast. Okay.
And if they have dessert, you take out your microscope.
Okay. And then you go to McDonald's afterwards, essentially. because you're still hungry. No, that was not a feast day in the Bible. Feast days were events of of, of indulgence. Let's call this exactly what it is. It's a kind of you're eating a lot. I mean, the closest thing I've been, to be honest, if I'm going to be very, very honest, the closest thing I've ever been to a feast in the biblical definition of this has been the Passover setters that I've sometimes participated in. Where, okay, you can fill up on other things. You know, it's, yes, you might be doing brisket, a little bit of brisket of beef or piece of chicken, and there's going to be some dessert after, and the meal's not that big, but people are passing around the gefilte fish, the boiled eggs, all the carousel that you could eat, and you walk away from a good setter full, and more than a few cups of wine, okay? And you're feeling pretty good, okay? That is more akin to a biblical feast than what a lot of, say, churches practice today when it comes to feast days, honestly. So if overindulgence is a sin, then feast days in the biblical perspective are a sin. And I don't think the Bible would be recommending people do feast days if overindulgence was a sin. You know, it's just would not be, it wouldn't be consistent. So, and for those of you who aren't aware of what's going on here too, is that gluttony in the biblical definition is not overindulgence. We got to make that clear. Gluttony is eating more than your share so that somebody else starves and dies. We have to understand that these societies in, say, the Bronze and Iron Age lived on knife-edge agriculture. Everyone lived within 50 calories of starvation. So if you regularly ate more than you were entitled to, somebody else died. That's also one of the reasons why there were feast days, okay? Because if you had a bumper crop, you could share that with the community so that everyone got over that 50 calorie threshold.
That was also the New Testament, when the rich Christians started having Lord's Supper.
Oh yeah.
During the afternoon.
Yep.
Work.
Yep.
And they changed.
Yeah. Yeah, this was my producer here brings up a really great point, that this was also a problem in the early church with the Lord's Supper. The rich who didn't have to work would come, eat, overindulge, get drunk, while the rest of the Christian community was off working the fields. So by the time they came off the fields to church, you know, there was nothing left. The wealthy had ate it all. So, and that's a sin. That's a sin. So, yeah, I mean, this stuff matters. It's really important. So, it has been an ongoing it has been an ongoing issue, the whole issue of gluttony, but it isn't so much that it's overindulgence. It's really that you're talking here about taking more than your fair share so that someone else is suffering. If someone is suffering because of your overindulgence, it's a sin. If nobody is suffering from your overindulgence, it's not necessarily a sin. Again, it could be under certain circumstances, especially if you're making it an idol.
And the point, the corollary to that is there's times it's how you build community. Like church, you did your stint in it. fed a meal every month.
Yeah.
And that was a way of blessing.
Yeah.
And you got to eat, from a dozen different
Yeah.
dishes.
Yeah. My producer makes a point too that, this is like, for example, the church tradition of the potluck is a time where people can, say, indulge in tasting a large variety of foods to build community. So again, there is also that idea too that these sorts of activities build up community. But again, circumstances are going to play a role here. Circumstances are always going to play a role. So anyway, I think that's probably the best we can cover it here. It's not necessarily a sin. It can be under some circumstances. It also depends on what those circumstances is. Is someone going to suffer if you overindulge? Is it something where you're making it an idol? Are you destroying yourself? The body God gave you through overindulgence. So if you can keep all of that sort of in perspective, you can sort of figure out if it's a stumbling block for you. If it's a stumbling block for you, then it's a sin. If it isn't, and no one gets hurt, it's not a problem to do it on occasion. So, and the Bible actually permits it in certain circumstances. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Interesting question. Okay. Bonbon. We'll take a bonbon question. We have not done a bonbon question today. We've got to do a bonbon question. He didn't bombard me with 50 questions today, and I appreciate that because I can't sift through all that. So we're still gonna take a bonbon question. And he asks, who is your favorite Christian philosopher historically and why? My favorite Christian philosopher is actually Soren Kierkegaard. There's others that I like as well, but I like Kierkegaard. I'm not so fond of his existentialist work, but he did a work called the Problem of Being a Christian. That also serves as almost a kind of devotional. It's almost a kind of devotional. And Kierkegaard was very much a devout Christian. He was a very devout Christian. And he knew the trouble of reconciling the Christian life with the world at large. So, I do very much appreciate that work. I thought that was a very, very interesting work. And I read it about 3 years ago, so I don't know what I think about it now. But that's... I really, really liked Kierkegaard. I don't like any other of the existentialist philosophers, but I think most of them are very problematic. But Kierkegaard I liked. I liked his perspective on things. So that's who I probably would put in as my favorite Christian philosopher historically. But anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that was a satisfactory answer. We had to do one bonbon question tonight, and this was it, at least. Okay, let's see if we can find any more. We probably won't go on too much longer here. Oh, we got to get that super chat at the end there. Addison Weir. Nope. For $1.99. I believe this is the answer to is overindulgence. No. Or was it something else? I don't know where I am. Nope. Okay. So
he is doing the last super chat.
Okay. So this is an attempt to do the last super chat, huh? Nope, not the last one, huh? Well, let's get back to non-super chat questions. The last couple anyway. A couple more, and then we'll call it a night. Hmm. Okay, I'll take this one from Harry Stark. Should historians be able to investigate miracles as historians, in your opinion? Why or why not? The problem with the whole discipline of being a historian is you can only ask historical questions. Miracles don't fall into the domain of history generally. And a lot of it is because history is an evidence-driven discipline. Okay, so there are questions that a historian can ask around the question of miracles. Like, did people claim to see a miracle? That's a historical question. You can ask that question. Were those credible witnesses? That's a historical question. Was it written down in sources of the time? That's a historical question. Did it happen? That's not a historical question, because you can't verify if that actually happened. Like, for example, Jesus walking on water. You know, classic miracle, classic miraculous event that the Messiah walks on water. Can you make the claim that ask the historical question, did people claim to see it? Yeah, you can ask. That's a historical question. You claim to see it. Did it actually happen? Is not a historical question. You'd have no way of proving it by evidence. Any historical question has to be supportable by good corroborating evidence. So miracles, you can't really do that with, generally speaking. I have no idea what Mike Lacona said. Yeah, he might disagree with me on this, but he did a lot of work on the resurrection. Now, he would basically say that there's evidence, physical evidence for say the resurrection. No. Now, there's historical evidence for it, for say that a resurrection occurred. Okay? Like, yeah, so you can say, like, for example, about the resurrection, did people see Jesus walking around? Yes, after the resurrection. Did people claim that he was crucified? Yes. Did they claim he died? Yes. Can you prove he rose from the dead? Difficult. Like, for example, Jesus walking on water. Getting back to the previous example. How are you going to prove he actually walked on water? It's not like you're going to find wet footprints. It's just, yeah, that's that. But that's just it. Is that you need that historic. Yeah, Addison Weir here says, I don't think he would say physical evidence, but that's what you would require to show the physicality of a miracle, not the testimony of a miracle. The testimony of a miracle, that's totally a historical question. You can go into that question all day long. That's a bona fide historical question, is what people thought about certain things at the time. That's completely within the realm of the historical discipline. But proving a miraculous event through, say, does sort of require physical evidence beyond just mere say eyewitness testimony. Now, we do know that certain things that they did regard back then as miraculous events had physical explanation. But But then once you have that say physicality of explanation, you then have a kind of evidence. So then it can become a historical question. But then again, too, now we're asked getting into the question of what constitutes a miracle. So that's the issue: is what kind of miracles are we talking about? Are we talking about the sort of miracles that leave evidence or have physical explanations? Like, for example, like the parting of the Red Sea. The Red Sea. That's... We do have a lot of evidence now for wind set-downs that would have parted the waters. So we now have physical evidence that that kind of event occurred. So that becomes a historical question at that point.
It becomes did one occur at that date?
Yeah. But proving it happened at that exact moment, more difficult. Much more difficult. So you take it then from, say, the historical question then goes from, is it possible to, or did it happen, to, is it plausible, to, is it possible? And if you get outside of, say, that sort of sphere of evidence where things are not, go beyond possibility, then you're really not talking about a historical question at that point. So you have to be careful about how you weigh the evidence as a historian. But it's also very difficult, as I say, with some of these miracles to basically to use the historical discipline in that regard. Now, that doesn't exclude other types of investigation. Okay? Doesn't exclude other kinds of investigation. History is not the only game in town. It's not the only game in town. There's other factors that could weigh into this that don't involve historical questions. But again, when we talk about the historian's discipline per se, you're kind of limited to the scope of evidence you can use and the kind of questions you ask. But there might be some other disciplines that do weigh into that's maybe not a historical question. Maybe it's a religious question. Then you use the tools of, say, religious studies and theology then to answer those questions or do inquiries using those. So again, the history is not the only game in town. Okay. But if you are gonna act as a historian and ask a historian's questions, then you are limited to the discipline of being a historian at that point. So, but again, if
he says, he would say the resurrection, that's
yeah,
that explains the historical evidence. That's a fair
and I would agree with that. Asimir says he would say that the resurrection best explains the historical evidence. Yeah, sure, but that's not a historical question. You're not actually saying that as a historical question. What you're doing is, at that point, getting your historical evidence and your facts together, and then saying what is the best explanation.
Yeah, you're really dealing with materialism versus spiritualism. Whether a miracle can be any kind of explanation.
Yeah.
And materialists reject supernatural.
Yeah, absolutely. Materialists do reject the supernatural categorically. But then again, too, the historical discipline is a materialist discipline.
It wasn't until the 18th century.
Well, it still is. It still is. It is essentially a materialist discipline. But it's, again, not the only discipline. And that's what I think is important here, is that, yeah, if you're going to ask historical questions, it has to be based on evidence. Now, I agree with Lycona that the resurrection is the best explanation for the evidence we have. Okay, but again, how do you prove the rolling away of the stone?
And there's also the counter argument. Mm-hmm. There's no way to prove it didn't happen.
Yeah.
You cannot prove an.
How do you prove the angelic visitation? Yeah, it's just
If an angel show up at your door,
yeah,
that's why most of those people were believers.
yeah.
You know, you have God show up or an angel show up and say, "Hey," and those people believe.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, can you investigate this as a historian? It's tough. It's tough. You're balancing a line. You're balancing a line at that point. So, you know,
Well, again, you're proving what they found out is a individual named Jesus
mhm.
historically walked and in the area that they claimed at that time.
Yeah.
So the miracles then are far more likely to happen
Yeah.
once you stop denying that Jesus was a real person.
Okay. Addison Weir adds standard principles of authenticity and abductive reasoning. Ooh. Ooh. Um, Abductive reasoning has problems. Okay. It's not a great like in most disciplines of history. You have basically, depending on what time period you're talking about, you have a normative practice for, say, the discipline of history that's going to be largely based upon what time period you're dealing. If you're doing like modern history and early modern history, you do almost entirely deductive reasoning. If you do classical history and ancient history, you tend to do inductive reasoning a lot more. If you do prehistoric reasoning, prehistoric history, then you start getting into that more abductive reasoning. Basically, the further you go back in time, the less evidence one has, and thus the standards of evidence are lowered.
Yeah.
So it's a problem for a lot of say ancient historians to use to lower that bar to an abductive level. We're not comfortable doing that. We're just not comfortable doing that.
And he says by abductive.
Yeah, inference to the best explanation is. But I've also seen it used to mean minimal plausibility. You know, an argument from possibility. It's possible that that could happen, and that's a hard. It transfers the burden of proof from the historian onto the critic, and I think that's very troubling too.
Then you get into Mr. Empty Conjecture.
Yeah, then you get into Mr. Empty Conjecture stuff, and that's not good. That's not good historical method. That's not good historical method. It might be fine theology. It might be good, fine theology, but it's not good historical method. So I think we're going to call the question there. But it's a problematic it's a problematic thing because miracles are reported at times, and the historical investigation of them is equally problematic. So I'm not sure it's something that historians should get involved with, but sometimes historical questions can be asked of at least the circumstances surrounding the events. So, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate the interesting question. Okay, we just got a super chat here from Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. Thank you very much, Rob. Daddy Folk, I finally made it. Yes, you did. We hit 9,000 subs today. It was really, you know, when last time we did one of these turning of the thousands, we had a lot of room to spare. But this time it was kind of a bit of a nail biter. We actually hit 9,000 around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I didn't know if it was going to be one of those did we make it or not kind of situations. I still remember seeing this one YouTuber who was just turning to 100,000, and he kept going back and forth from 999 or 99,999 to 200,000 and back again, and it just going back and forth during his stream. It's just like so glad we didn't have to go through that. Yeah, we could. I mean, hey, after what the question on the Apocrypha, we might have lost half our subscribers by morning. So that's totally possible. Oh well, easy come, easy go.
It's gonna be the mozzarella fans.
Oh, it's gonna be the mozzarella fans. Yes, that I've alienated everyone tonight. The mozzarella fans. The Roman Catholics, is there anybody? Oh, the Kent Hovind supporters. Really alienated them tonight. Oh boy, that's been fun. I don't think there's anyone I didn't cheese off tonight. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Yes, your second super chat came through. Just waiting for it to pop up here. Here you go. Sentinel Apologetics again for $5 Australian. Thank you again. I finally did a stream on that Abomination of Desolation book. I equated her to Antiochus IV, entitled it Paleo Bible Eisegesis by Size. Okay. Yes, I saw part of the stream. I don't have much to say on it right now. But it was a very interesting look at it. Anderson is a very interesting guest. And I liked his review. I liked his reviews. And I'm just going to leave it there for now. Okay? But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, and we got another one here from Daniel Ray. And we're just waiting for it to pop up here. Here it is. Daniel Ray for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. I just got the Ark of the Covenant book today. Great work. Well, thank you very much. It doesn't earn royalties yet. It's still hopefully earning out, which it's very close. It's very close to earning out. And this is cool. This is so cool. Let me explain how earning out works in the publishing world. Because now, when a publisher publishes your book, they take a huge risk on you. Most academic books never earn out. And what that means is the publisher earns back all the royalties or all the money that they paid you in advance. So a publisher will pay you a small advance of some kind. And then anything your book earns will be taken off, charged back against your advance. And it's when that the publisher earns more money than they paid for you in terms of an advance, they call that...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's production costs too, but that's called earning out. Okay? Now, 9 out of 10 academic books never earn out. So the number of academic books that actually earn out is really small. It's really small. Say 10%. So if your book earns out, it's a big deal. And publishers don't like taking a risk on authors that don't earn out. So when you buy my book, you're helping me to earn out. And what this means is that the publisher's going to go say to himself, when I give them the next proposal, oh yeah, he earned out. You know, if we're not taking a risk on this guy, his books sell and make money, and that helps, you know, the publisher to take risks on more risky projects. So it's when people earn out, that pays for the other 9 books that don't earn out. Yeah. So so it's really, really important that books like these earn out. So, you know, you don't have to go with your hat in hand to your publisher going, please give me a second chance to publish, please. So I do very, very much appreciate that you bought the book, because it's going to make it easier in the future for me to publish the next book. And that's the importance here, is it's just going to make it easier. So I very much appreciate you buying the book. I'm glad you like it. People, if anyone has published, has bought it, please leave a review wherever you bought it, because those reviews matter. People read those reviews before deciding to buy a book.
You want reviews before we buy anything on it.
Especially since there's been one of the reasons I think reviews are really, really important for this book in particular is because there's been a lot of really atrociously bad books on the Ark of the Covenant. So anyone who's been reading on this subject for any length of time knows how bad a lot of books on the Ark of the Covenant are. They're really abominable. There's no other way of sugarcoating this. Most books on the Ark of the Covenant are terrible. They're terrible. I mean, most of them are more... Books on the Ark of the Covenant tend to go in 2 directions. Okay, 2 directions. Either one, it's a myth and it never existed. The other direction they seem to go is treasure hunting. Oh, here's the location of the Ark of the Covenant. You know, follow me on this vicarious journey of discovery as I take you to exotic locations. And you can discover with me where the Ark of the Covenant is today, except I'm not going to tell you. So you get a lot of that. So most of these are not really serious books there to help you learn about the Ark. They're there to basically take your money. So, you know, we wanted to make something different. We wanted to make good scholarly work that you would learn something and frankly enjoy. You know,
it's on all 3 levels.
Yeah, it's on all 3 levels. We wrote this for high academics and for lay readers.
As a textbook, it's supposed to be where other professional Egyptologists learn something new.
Yeah.
It is based on your thesis, significant contribution, put into a coffee table format. That is just super cool pictures.
Well, that's one of the things we wanted to do too, is we wanted to make this, as I said, a quality work that basically would stand the test of time. You know, something you'd be proud to have on your coffee table. You know, we loved, basically, what I did with my advances, I blew it. I blew it all on a trip to Egypt to take more photos. You know, is that hardly blowing it? I don't know.
You spent it in blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, basically what I did with with my advance for the book is went to Egypt to take more photographs for this book. Yeah, I actually used the advance for basically the production of the book. Yeah, I mean, author doing that? How strange. So that's why the photographs are so unique, is because I went to... Hey, little bunny.
Is there a room to your PhD on that?
No, there's. But they can get it other ways. So it's available
Very
online.
smart.
Okay, I'll take that in a moment. So yeah, basically went to Egypt and took photos, and boy, it was quite the adventure to do that. Encountered crocodiles and wild dogs and all that in the process, but that's another story for another time. But we tried to make something that was enjoyable to read. Great pictures, good fluid writing, a lot of stories that are humor, a little bit of humor, at least as much humor as my publisher would let me get away with. Yeah, so let's see. Thousand Clever Boy, lots of nice pictures in the book. Well, thank you. I went in the middle of July to take those pictures because that's the low point in the tourist season. Oh, that was murder. That was so hard. I remember when I took some of those pictures at Deir Medina, and it was 53 degrees Celsius. That's like 117 Fahrenheit. It was hot. Dang hot. And I was doing photographs in those tombs all day. And my wife texts me and says, what did you say? She asked me if I was boiling in the sun. I said, no, I'm baking in a tomb. Yeah, that was an oven. Horrible. That's a never go to Egypt in July and August. I went at the end of July, beginning of August. It was so bad. But no tourists. I was the only person at Abu Simbel. The whole temple to myself. I got it even locked in there once. I was pounding on the security door that they let me out. Oh boy. Yeah, that was Egypt in July. I'd never go in Egypt in July. It's just too hot. But got some great photos. Yeah, I've heard people use Photoshop to get rid of the tourists, but you know what? It's much better to take good photo to begin with, really.
Yeah, and we've seen having some tourists in there give you
perspective. A few tourists in there is fine, because that'll give you perspective and height and all that. You just don't want a massive tourists in front. That's just woo. Bet you felt bad for Thanksgiving turkeys, though. Well, yeah, a little. A praise that you didn't starve to death enjoying the mummy there. Actually, the bigger danger there was actually heat stroke. Heat stroke and dehydration. That was the bigger danger. Yeah, you have to be so careful about drinking water there. It's just you didn't have much. I did not have much choice as far as but that was probably the big problem was more dehydration, especially at that heat. At that heat, there's just so much potential for dehydration and just heat stroke. So, but it was worth it because we got great photographs, absolutely phenomenal photographs. 99 of those photographs are mine. We have a couple of extra illustrations in there too. So just historical strategy game. Watch for the cobras and sand vipers. Actually, I've never seen a cobra or a sand viper in Egypt, to be honest. Never seen any snakes in Egypt. I've never seen any scorpions. Now, I know there's cobras in the Delta. But I've never encountered them. I've had more encounters with wild dogs. I've had several encounters with wild dogs. Very common. But I did not have any snakes or scorpions. Maybe I've just been lucky. But yeah, so yeah, never encountered snake, never encountered a scorpion in Egypt. So so anyway, I want to definitely want to thank Daniel Ray for buying our book. It is going to really help. We are so close to earning out. It will definitely help us the next time we contact the publisher and say, hey, would you be interested in this new project on, say, the Exodus? So at that point, we might get a favorable response, because a book like ours earning out in 3 years, that's a good track record. That's very good. I have a friend who published a book 20 years ago. He published a book 20 years ago. And he got his first royalty check. It was 50 cents. I was like, don't spend it all in one place. He was so proud he finally cashed out, earned out after 20 years. Yeah, don't go swimming in Lake Nasser. Definitely don't. There's crocodiles there. Don't do that. That's not a smart move. Yeah, so we really appreciate everyone who's bought the book, because, as I said, I think last year, towards the end of the year, we were something like 10 or 20 copies away from earning out. So we're really close. We're really close. I should be getting a statement from Tyndale Publishers very soon as to where I stand with the earning out. So again, if we make it, we're going to be cracking open the champagne, because that's a watershed moment that basically legitimizes you as an author in the sight of the publisher. So again, that's fantastic. So anyway, again, Daniel, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for buying the book. It really helps the work, and it helps me to publish more books in the future. So thank you so very much. Okay, we are at midnight right now. I do have to go to work in the morning. So we're going to wrap this up here. I don't think I'm going to take any more questions tonight. I think we've sort of covered everything, at least the major stuff. I want to... So then there's always next week. So... Yep, we're going to be putting up a community post asking people for suggestions on what they would like for the 100th show, because this is number 99. Next week is 100. So we'll put that up as soon as we get off the air here. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. It's been great fun as always. We've had the great cheese war. So we all know how the hot dog is a sandwich war turned out. So I'm not sure if we...
Maybe we should revisit that.
This is the great food controversies that ended up in schisms. BC asked one other question, actually, I think, which is worth... Kiara Falk, can we buy the book anywhere we can find it? Any preference? Amazon, etc.? I have no preference.
But Amazon does notice.
Yeah, Amazon does notice numbers.
Publishers look at it.
Yeah, publishers do notice, like, the Amazon ranks.
That's an excellent
So
question.
that is actually a really good question. Other booksellers don't keep track of the ranking in the same way as Amazon does. So, yeah, I'd say Amazon is a great place to buy it. I don't really want to support Amazon, but publishers notice Amazon. BookScan notices Amazon, and BookScan is one of the major major trackers of publication data. So Amazon is great if you can get off of Amazon as far as publishers care. So, but I personally don't have a preference. If you can find a better price on elsewhere, get it elsewhere. But
Amazon does make.
Yeah, Amazon does make a difference. So, particularly if you leave reviews on Amazon, Amazon reviews are very influential. They're very, very influential. Reviews on Goodreads are okay, but they don't seem to have the same coverage as reviews on Amazon do. So, you can also get it on christianbooks.com, which is actually now partially, I think it's partially owned by Tyndale. So I know christianbooks.com and Hendrickson Publishers, who was the original publisher, shared a facility. So you can get it there too. But I personally don't have a preference. I think for distribution of the book, though, Amazon's probably just a little better. Rob someone of their copy. No, don't do that, please. Buy a copy, please. Yeah, we don't endorse the Thou Shalt Steal Bible here. Okay, so we're going to wrap it up here. This has been fun. Great sausage schism. Which chorizo? Mexican or Spanish? Bratwurst or Cajun sausage? Oh, there could... Oh, yeah. Sausage schism. There's huge potential here. Huge potential for sausage schism. But I think we'll probably have to leave that for another night. Okay, so that's going to be the final chat of the night. Okay, so with that fun and silliness aside, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. I want to thank all our Super Chat supporters. You help put food on our table, and we really appreciate that. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters. They help with equipment upgrades, and that's really useful because some of this stuff is getting long in the tooth. I know this computer I'm broadcasting on right now seriously needs a memory upgrade. So I want to thank the Patreon supporters for helping pay for that. So that's really where the money from Patreon goes, is right into hardware upgrades. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who have clicked on that subscribe button and the notification bell, and who watch our content and who leave us comments and likes. This feeds the algorithm. A fed algorithm distributes our content more widely. That in turn attracts more subscribers. So we also want to thank you who will watch us for helping to distribute our content. And with that said, I want to wish everyone a good night. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.